This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome into the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12 o'clock on the dot on your Wednesday afternoon in Milwaukee. It is a gorgeous one out there. Really not a cloud in the sky. It is crystal clear and it is 74 degrees. Humidity has taken a pretty big dip for the time being. Unfortunately, it is going to make its way back. So please enjoy the weather today if you can. It is certainly a day to be outside if you are able. Take your dog maybe on an extra long walk or maybe around this lunch hour if you have the time to go outside. I think you will absolutely not regret it. And of course, so many of us grateful for a little bit of a break in some of the extreme heat and just the severe weather as we continue to think of the Fox Valley area, of course, especially Menasha, where we've had so many of our reporters recently after they were hit by that EF3 tornado that absolutely ripped through the area and just caused some devastation. I want to show you a little bit more video that we have that shows us from an aerial view just how much damage this tornado caused to the city of Menasha, and the destruction is so evident as you look at not just the trees that are down, but these homes that are destroyed. Yesterday, Bria Jones joined us live here on the live desk, showing us cars that were completely upside down. Again, homes that are unlivable. So much of this area is without power right now. They also are under a boil water advisory. It is not safe to drink any of the water that is there. So certainly in that kind of recovery phase. I will say from Stephanie Quirk's live shots this morning on Wake Up, thankfully, they have already gotten a lot of important people there as far as crews that are helping repair the damaged power lines, rebuild some of the systems that are needed as they really start to now enter into the recovery phase after just absolute devastation out there in Menasha. As I mentioned, we do have a crew on the way to Menasha. Christina Van Zelst, she's going to kind of take over for Stephanie Quirk, and we will get you some more live updates as far as these repair efforts. And honestly, I know for so many of you, you're thinking, what can I do to help? And I do want to let you know about an opportunity in Franklin that they're having a donation drive. This is going to be at Franklin Field tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. They will be collecting cleaning supplies, trash bags, bottled water, and hygiene products. So if you're thinking of just an easy way where you can go locally to drop off items and know that it's going to go up to Fox Valley and it's going to get into the hands of people who are in need, this is your opportunity to take advantage of. I know bottled water is a huge need right now. As I mentioned, not safe to drink water as they're under that boil water advisory, so having that clean source of bottled water is so important for them. So again, we will continue to cover the latest out of Menasha. Also, we're going to have Jenna Sachs, our Contact 6 reporter, join us over these next couple of hours. She's going to really be talking about, and it's so unfortunate, but people take advantage of these types of situations, especially scammers, and they see this as an opportunity when people are in that kind of sense of urgency and that time of need to steal their money. And so as we talk about a lot of these homes that are going to be in need of repairs or just completely rebuilt, Jenna Sachs is going to join us just to let us know about the red flags, those warning signs to look out for when it comes to, hiring a contractor or a builder or any sort of repairs for your home. An important time to talk about this, especially as we know so many in Menasha will be in that rebuilding phase. Also wanted to let you know a couple of opportunities for you to have your voice heard. Mayor Cavalier Johnson is going to have 2 open houses for his budget hearing. First one is tonight from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Zablocki Library. If you can't make it out to that one, you can also have your voice heard tomorrow, same time, 5 to 7. That one's going to be at the Atkinson Library. If you notice, too, at the bottom there, maybe you're thinking, I would have loved to provided some input on this proposed budget, but I'm unable to make it to these 2 open houses. You can always take their budget survey. You see it there at engage.milwaukee.gov/budget. Just a good opportunity, again, to have your voice heard. I know a lot of people have thoughts and opinions when they have any sort of a proposed budget come out. This is your opportunity to take it straight to the mayor and let him know your thoughts on all of that. Do want to just let you know a couple of other things that we're working on for you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to have Andrew Amuzu join us in just a little bit. Of course, we told you yesterday it was the very first day of in-person early voting for the primary that has the gubernatorial candidates. A lot of attention has really been put on the Democratic race, where it's been a very crowded field there, and we've just seen a lot of shakeups between David Crowley dropping out and ultimately then coming back into the race, being endorsed by Governor Evers. We saw Sarah Rodriguez, the current lieutenant governor, drop out after some financial issues kind of with her campaign manager. And last week, actually here on Wild, we brought you the live kind of unveiling of the latest Marquette University law poll that was all about where people stood with these candidates. Well, just an hour ago, they released another one. And the reason they did this was because the last poll was a little outdated at the time of release, which is unfortunate for all the work that was put into it. But they had taken David Crowley out as an option since he had suspended his campaign. And they still had Sarah Rodriguez in as a candidate. But again, by the time this was released, those two had swapped position. Crowley was back in, Rodriguez was out. So they did one more poll to try and get the most accurate results as we are less than 2 weeks away from Election Day. Amuzu is going to join us here and kind of break it all down. But if you want a little preview, these are the most up-to-date numbers. Francesca Hong seeing kind of a pretty significant gain here. And the people who were polled that are Democrats will be voting in the Democratic primary here. That's the ballot they'll request, saying they will now back Francesca Hong. Undecided, though, 34%. That's nearly, it's a little bit more than 1 in 3 people less than 2 weeks out from Election Day, still not sure how they're going to cast their vote here. So certainly still a lot of people trying to figure it out, and that's where things like last night's debate can come in handy if you want to hear how all these different candidates have their answers or their kind of stances on certain situations. So Andrew Amuzu is going to join us shortly, break all of that down for you. But I need your help today on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Going to take a live look right here in Green Bay. Packers training camp is underway. I know a lot of people specifically excited for today. It is their kind of tradition where they get bikes from kids and then they ride them from Lambeau down to the kind of practice training field. Obviously a very cool opportunity for those kids who are selected. Their bike gets to be used by a professional athlete, but you also just get that little moment to chat with them as we do ramp things up and people get so excited here for the NFL season. So Tim Van Voren, our sports director, is in Green Bay. He is covering Packers training camp for us, and he will be joining us during the Wisconsin Live Desk. So on the screen, I just put my email up, haley.spittler@fox.com. If any of you have a question related to the Packers, this upcoming season, training camp, anything related to the green and gold, email them to me. I'm going to keep my eye on my email these next couple of hours here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and then we will try and get as many of your questions answered by Tim Van Voren when he joins us right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk in a little bit. So again, just want to leave it up there for one more second. I want to point out there is an extra Y in my name, and I want to make sure I actually get your questions, so make sure it's to HAYLEY.Spittler, SPITLER, at fox.com. And again, we will ask them of our sports director, Tim Van Voren. And we'll pull this up a few more times throughout the show. So if you're thinking right now and it comes to you later, we'll still have some time to try and get your questions answered. But in the meantime, let's just take another live look outside here. It is absolutely stunning, Milwaukee. I really feel like we have earned a little bit of a reprieve of just some gorgeous weather with these blue skies. Again, the humidity is not bad at all. Taking a live look here from our Estabrook camera. So if you're thinking what you should do for dinner, I recommend anywhere that has a outdoor patio, maybe some sort of a rooftop. I think it will be an absolute blast to be outside and just soak up this really nice weather right now. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. As I said, we got a lot coming up for you over the course of these next 4 hours between some of our interviews, our reporters joining us. We've got some live events to get you out to. I'll cover this first hour and a half, so I'll be with you till 1:30. Then Maddie Stelk going to take over. She'll get you to 2:30, and eventually Ted Perry also going to join you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk as we ramp up our coverage for you this afternoon. We've got you covered all the way to 4, but for now, we'll take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:11 this afternoon. Wanted to provide a little bit of an update to a story we actually broke for you last week here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. That's when we showed you Tony Romo's mugshot. Of course, this is the former quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, who's a Burlington native. He was arrested for an OWI here in Milwaukee on actually I-43. This happened just Thursday night, July 23rd. So we broke it to you on Friday. We showed you his mugshot. Now we are starting to get some of the first kind of images and really videos from what that kind of a traffic stop looked like, including his ultimate sobriety test that he did for different sheriff's deputies. We want to go ahead and actually play that for you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We've got a video that our Ben Handelman put together that we'll watch, and we'll learn about Tony Romo's arrest together.
When asked how many drinks he had, he told police he had none.
Yes, you're denying the step out of the vehicle pending field?
I'm just going to call my lawyer.
Okay, step out of the vehicle.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
Nope, step out of the vehicle.
Tony Romo did cooperate. He did get out of the car, and then you can see he was detained. Romo was pulled over while driving on I-43 southbound, telling police he had just left a golf tournament in West Bend, and due to the busy traffic, he was taken to the safety building so police could conduct that field sobriety test. During this, he refused to take a breathalyzer test.
Oh, no, we're not doing that.
Okay.
I've already heard from all the lawyers, don't ever do that.
Okay.
So
All right.
we're not going to do that.
Okay. All right, sir.
Did I pass this test?
Can you turn around?
No, I didn't, huh? Can I use my phone?
And during his arrest, Romo asked to use his phone, saying his family was waiting for him at an airport in Racine. And because he refused the breathalyzer test, it's unclear what his blood alcohol content level was. When asked how many drinks he had.
Again, that is the kind of new video that we're getting of Tony Romo's arrest. He will next be in court on September 21st, but obviously that was some breaking news for us last Friday. He was in town actually playing at a Wisconsin Amateur Championship golf tournament. And ultimately in that video, before he's asked some more questions by the deputy that pulled him over, he said he was on his way to his grandpa and grandma's home. Obviously, as Ben points out, he said he's had nothing to drink. Went, did those sobriety tests, was told he failed, didn't want to do the blood test. So again, he has been arrested and charged with that OWI. Next court appearance going to be September 21st. He is the former quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, still involved with the NFL. He now works for CBS, so a lot of people have wondered what his role is going to look like now with this upcoming NFL season. Sounds like for now, CBS does plan on keeping him employed, but it might be a little bit of a smaller role to start things off. So certainly something we're going to continue to monitor for you. We'll pass along any updates, especially after that court appearance coming up in September. For now, I want to actually switch gears, going back to the gubernatorial race, what we were talking about just a little bit ago here on the live desk, as we do still have a very crowded field when it comes to the Democrats that are running, trying to be Wisconsin's next governor. Republicans' field is a little bit smaller. Tom Tiffany is definitely leading the way here. A lot of people anticipate him to become the winner for Republicans going on to the election this fall. He does have an opponent, Andy Mansky, but again, all eyes are really kind of on the Democratic race, where there are 5 candidates, and we're told a lot of people still undecided. So I want to go ahead and bring in our reporter, Andrew Ramuzu. Andrew, you've been covering this all day. We kind of have 2 different things to tackle. First, we heard from all of the candidates last night on the same stage in their first and only public debate. But before we get into that, I want to start with what is brand new. That Marquette University law poll just came out about an hour ago. Where do things stand right now? I know, surprisingly, a lot of people still unsure this close to Election Day how they're going to vote.
Yeah, and Haley, at that same point, that number has started to go down, actually, though. 45%, nearly half of the amount of voters said that they were undecided in the last update that we had. That was around the July 22nd mark. And now that number has trickled down to the 30s. But of course, still about 1 in 3 voters undecided on who they will vote for. But as you can see with this graphic right here, Francesca Hong at 38%. That is a significant jump. Last time that we reported on these numbers, she was at 26%. That was literally last week. Mandela Barnes also saw an increase, but only by 1%. And so you're seeing that gap between Hong and Barnes especially, but Hong and the rest of the candidates, you're seeing that separation for sure. And also, we should note that David Crowley is part of that bunch as well. I mean, he's sitting at 7%. And this is the first time that he is back in these polls and back in these numbers, especially when it comes to this report and the survey, since he dropped out. Obviously, there was that campaign shakeup between him and Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez. But at that same note, obviously with those top three in mind, they also cracked down on a couple more things as far as the demographics. Now, they say that they are reporting that Hong is better with the younger voters, especially those that say, or I guess they qualify, or they feel that they are more liberal sided. They do side more with Hong versus Barnes and Crawley. They are attracting more of that older audience, that older voter range, and so that's definitely something that's really playing a key role in Hong. Of course, she works in Madison, obviously with the house over there, and so with the government over there. So obviously getting that support from the huge college town over there, but overall with younger voters. Another key takeaway is that, even with the endorsement from Governor Evers, because he is endorsing Crawley, 62% say that they have heard that endorsement, and that 36% say that this makes them more likely to support Crawley. But still, you're seeing in these numbers right here, sitting at 7%. And obviously, we are less than 2 weeks away from the August primary. That is on August 11th. And so with early voting now open and that primary coming up, you're seeing the 7%, 16, 38 from those top three candidates. Of course, Brendan and Royce sitting at 2%. But is that undecided number, how is that going to continue to fare, especially as we creep towards that big primary date? So definitely some significant numbers, but of course the ones that really do stand out is the lead continuing to build for Hong, especially in comparison to Mandela Barnes, and then 1 in 3 Democrats still undecided as of right now. So definitely seeing that, and of course seeing where Crawley stands in the midst of all this as well.
Yeah, obviously, Andrew, last week in the poll that was released by Marquette University, David Crowley was not included, since when they had started conducting it, he had dropped out for the race. So first time kind of seeing him now in the question here. Interesting to hear that some people are saying, yeah, it does make a difference that Evers endorsed him, but clearly the numbers here are really not showing that yet, as he sits there at 7%. So going to be an interesting time these next couple of weeks to see how everything pans out. I know they always say at Marquette University, the law school there, polls don't vote. So they always say you can't hold these numbers to reality. You still have to go and get your vote in, which we know in-person early voting did kick off yesterday. Obviously, mail-in ballots have been going on for a little bit. But I imagine some people, they might be holding out because they still are undecided, as that poll is showing us. So helpful probably last night for them, that debate. Yeah. What kind of stood out for you as these candidates took to the stage for their first and only time together?
I think there were a couple of things. One, there were some no surprises in that there was a lot of common ground between the candidates themselves. The only thing that we did see some disagreement is how the state is going to combat and handle data centers. What should be the approach for that, especially with it being such a strong topic, especially in our area when you're thinking about areas such as Mount Pleasant, Port Washington, and even the discussion of what could happen at the Midtown Center here in Milwaukee. So that was one of the bigger disagreements that we definitely saw among the candidates, but also a big topic, especially in light of last week's fatal shooting in the city of Madison. Where do the candidates stand on potentially issuing a bill that would require police officers and deputies to wear body cameras? In fact, when we're talking about common ground, that was a topic that all of them agreed that they would sign that bill as well if it were to come to pass. So you're definitely seeing those large topics, but I think it was that topic regarding especially what happened in Madison, the officers not having those body cameras. That is definitely something that they wanted to hit home on. But of course, those main topics of inflation and cost of living, those still remain the ones that voters do feel are most important to them. And that's where we're seeing a lot of those different common grounds and very intricate differences in like the policy, of course, but especially in regards to body cameras and in how the Democrats are going to handle signing that bill, but also taxing the rich. That's another area where they saw some agreement on. So definitely a lot of common ground, some differences, but really focusing in on what the situation would be for Madison and the entire state when it comes to body cameras.
Obviously talking here pretty heavily about the candidates who are Democrats running for governor. We should note that there are also Republicans in the race as well. So when you go, you'll either choose between the Democrat ballot or the Republican ballot. So you could also be choosing between Tom Tiffany or Andy Mansky. A lot of people suspect that it will be Tom Tiffany that advances here. Did he have any reaction to last night's debate? Obviously, he wasn't on stage, but did we hear from him or his campaign on it?
And yeah, well, Haley, before I answer that, I kind of want to add on to that with what you said, too, because with Tom Tiffany being that, what we can assume as the front runner for the Republican side, we also have heard from, how these candidates are trying to sort of focus in on him and how they're focusing on, okay, with him as the front runner, who's going to be our best candidate? And of course, a lot of the Democrats are saying themselves are the best. But when it comes to, what Tiffany has been saying, his statement, especially in regards to the debate yesterday, we're hearing that he's calling this race, especially with the Democrats, a race to the far left. Now, that could be taking a shot directly at Francesca Hong, but overall, just that was a statement that we got in our newsroom from the Tiffany administration. And so we're definitely seeing, that back and forth between the front runners, but of course, classifying that with or grouping them all together in the Democratic race. So definitely going to see, it's going to be interesting to see how the Democratic side fares against what many would assume would be the Tom Tiffany as the front runner in this. Haley, something else I wanted to mention is that a lot of the candidates had a different reaction when it came to that shakeup between Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez and Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley. Some, saw that as an opportunity. Okay, we're whoever's in the race, it's going to be a competitive one. But then you also heard from people like Barnes who were against the on and off, the indecisiveness. Are you going to run or are you in it? You know what I mean? That type of thing. And so we definitely saw that. And I think that's also plays an interesting role in how these numbers lay out overall from what we've seen from the Marquette poll. And of course, as we've been mentioning, we're just days away from that partisan primary on August 11th. So definitely going to be interesting to see, and hearing from the Republican side as well is also something that we were expecting to hear from last night's debate.
And just so we can explain maybe to the viewers why we expect Tom Tiffany to be the front runner here, the Republicans were included in the last Marquette University law poll. They weren't in this one just because nothing had changed with the candidates. Right. And Tom Tiffany had 67% of the Republicans polled saying, that's who I'm going to vote for. Andy Mansky had 2%. Now the rest were undecided. So again, that's why we are assuming here that we expect Tom Tiffany to probably be the one to advance. It's from that data we got from that Marquette University law poll. As we talk about still needing to go and actually cast your ballot, get your vote in, not just paying attention to these polls. I know that was your story yesterday. So any reminders for anyone who either wants to go early in-person voting or on Election Day, Andrew?
I think first and foremost, I think the biggest thing is that there is a difference between the general election and this in-person early voting, especially when it comes to location. Now, the biggest difference that we've been reporting is that when it comes to early voting, especially if your city, your town, or your village have different facilities that are open to early voting, you can vote at any of them, really. But especially when it comes to the general election, that is when you are assigned a polling place. So that's a big difference right there. And of course, that started yesterday, so July 28th through August 9th. And that August 9th is a Sunday, so that weekend, you have to make sure to get in of course, before that deadline. But if you do want to register to vote early and then you vote early, you have to do that within the weekday. You can't do that on the weekend from the 8th and the 9th. So that's something that it might be a little confusing, but definitely something that we've been urging people to be aware of as well. You can't go in on the weekend looking to register and vote early. You have to do that beforehand, or you can just do that the day of the actual primary. But for those who definitely want to skip those lines, that's something very important to take note of.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, Andrew, before I let you go, I have one kind of off-topic question for you now. We are asking the viewers actually for their help today in sending us some questions via email that I will ask Tim Van Voren because he is at Packers training camp today. So do you have a question that I can ask TVV for you?
Oh, man. In regards to Packers training camp, you're saying, right?
Anything Packers related, I'm going to let fly here.
Okay, and this is a question that he would answer for us, not that he would ask one of the players and teams, right? There's a reason why I'm asking that, because obviously it's a very different, type
Yes,
of
this
question
is
than
us
they are.
asking TVV, so he will answer for us.
Okay, I guess the energy with the bikes. I know that's a really big tradition. What was the energy like on today, but especially in those bikes? Did we see any funny moments? Did we see any moments where, Packers player almost fell off a bike? Hopefully not, but it happens sometimes. I know there was one time where Lamar Jackson was on a bike. They had a combined practice there. I believe that was last year, a couple of years ago. And he almost crashed, and that would have been really bad. Baltimore Ravens fans would have been very upset, and that's their MVP right there.
That's
so
right.
Definitely any cool moments from the bikes, any takeaways from that. I know if we want to stay, within the fans, that's definitely a fan favorite right there.
All right, I have written that down, Andrew. We will ask it of Tim Van Voren. Of course, it's not just Andrew who can ask the question. So if you guys are watching and you have a question, you can email it to haley.spittler@fox.com. It's in that super down there. Or if you're watching us right now on YouTube, we have the comments enabled. So just drop it in those comments. We'll keep our eye on both.
Haley, I have one extra question. I just thought of one.
Okay, give it to me.
Okay, I think with, of course, the way that the season ended, I believe it was their last few games. They did not win a game in the last few games of the season, including the playoffs. Does Tim sort of feel a new energy in the air, especially going into training camp? You lost to your biggest rival in franchise history, to the Bears, twice as well to end the season, especially in the playoffs. Is there that new energy going into this year, going into training camp, chip on their shoulder, the underdog mentality going into this year? Is that alive? Does he feel that on day one? Is Coach LaFleur bringing that intensity? I think that's definitely something that would be interesting to hear.
I think that was 12 questions in one,
That
but
is 12 questions, yes.
I did write these all down. The good news is that I can type without looking.
No,
so
that's really cool. That's a gift. That's
they're right there. They're
That is
all
a
written
talent.
down. We've got them. We will ask them. So you stay tuned, and we'll get you those answers, Andrew.
All right.
It's a plan. Andrew, thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk, obviously breaking down that new Marquette University
Thank you.
law poll as well as that debate from last night. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Then actually Jenna Sachs is going to join us with some tips and some advice on how to keep ourselves and our loved ones safe when it comes to scams. Really, we're focusing here on that Menasha area as we imagine so many people have to do home repairs or completely start over rebuilding. When you're hiring a contractor and a builder, what should you keep in mind? Jenna's got those answers for us coming up right after this.
Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:31 on your Wednesday afternoon. And of course, our big story really all this week has been the severe weather and the destruction caused by said severe weather. Giving you another look here at some of the footage we have out of Menasha. Again, this area hit by an EF3 tornado early Monday afternoon that absolutely wreaked havoc over this area. Homes destroyed. We've seen cars completely flipped over. Right now, they are without power. Most of them, they're in need of bottled water as they're under that boiled water advisory. Certainly a long road to recovery and repairs here for the people of Menasha. And as we look at these destroyed homes, we imagine for a lot of them it's going to take some effort and some time to rebuild and repair. And this is unfortunately a time where I think it brings out the best in humanity, and sometimes it can bring out the worst in humanity of people who want to take advantage of this type of situation. I want to go ahead and bring in Jenna Sachs, our Contact 6 reporter. And Jenna, a lot of times when we use kind of the term storm chaser, we're thinking of those people who get in their cars and they want to go and get as close as they can to tornadoes and different storms. But unfortunately, in this context, storm chasers are something completely different. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Right. In this case, a storm chaser can really lead to someone being further victimized during what's already an emotional and draining time during their life. So a storm chaser in this context is someone who shows up at your doorstep saying they're a contractor who can help you with an issue. So in Wisconsin, that might be a flooded basement. It might be a roof that has hail damage. It could be rebuilding after a tornado. It could be dealing with a lot of downed trees. And these people will offer immediate help. And sometimes they do it at a price that seems too good to be true. And a lot of people want that convenience, right? They're already dealing with so much. We'd like to get that basement water out now, please. But the problem is sometimes these people are not from the area. Sometimes they're not licensed in the state. Sometimes they'll perform work that is not the quality you expect. And then when it comes time to track them down, say, I'd like a refund or I'd like you to come back and fix this work, they're gone. And you realize you don't have contact information for them. If they're not local, they don't have a business you can visit to see if they can come back and help. So it can lead to a lot of disappointment if you're making that quick decision without going with a local company that's based here and without getting multiple estimates to see if you're paying a fair price.
You know, before we even go further, I imagine some people are listening right now thinking, oh, well, that doesn't happen here, or I wouldn't fall for this. So, I mean, being our Contact 6 reporter, how often are people reaching out to you because they've had a problem with one of these storm chasers? What do these experiences really look like for them?
We hear about it a lot, pretty much after any major event that happens. Just the other day, I was speaking with a woman who had a flooded basement, and it was actually a pipe that burst, and then contractors showed up on her street to help all the homeowners. And she found out later that the scope of the damage wasn't what she expected. It was actually far worse than she thought because she hadn't got a complete assessment by someone who was local and maybe knew what they were doing better than someone who just came into town chasing that problem. But we also hear about it with roof damage after storms. A lot of people have hail damage and they see a lot of contractors going up and down the street, and someone will say, hey, I was just at your neighbor's house. I can help you as well. It's really important to follow up with them, find out if they did visit that neighbor, if that neighbor is happy with the work that was done, and also to do your own independent research so that you know exactly who you're hiring.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, this is already kind of now leading into the next question. Now that we know, yes, this does happen here, we need to be alert. What are some of the kind of pieces of advice you have here when it comes to selecting that contractor? Obviously, doing a little bit of research is at the forefront here.
Absolutely. And these people often want you to make a decision immediately. They have high pressure sales tactics. They'll say, I can do it now. I can't promise I'll be available later. And yes, people are already having trouble trying to find a local contractor to come by because everyone's busy. But there are things you need to do. So if someone shows up on your doorstep, you need to do your own independent research before you hand over any money or before you hire them. And you can do that a few ways. You can go online. You can Google the name of the individual, their full name and their business. You can include the word scam or complaint with that search so you can see if other people have complained about them. You can see if they have a Better Business Bureau rating. You can see if they are a member of Milwaukee NARI, which means they have to agree to a code of ethics. You can go on Wisconsin Circuit Court records and see if they have a history of small claims cases or if they have criminal cases against them. You can do all of that easily on your own computer. Another thing you should know is that contractors should be licensed, and you can search that too. You just search, whenever I'm looking for it, I do Wisconsin contractor license. Look up, often what you're searching for is a dwelling contractor license. See if they are licensed. And also they should have a permit in many communities to go door to door in the first place. So you should ask to see that permit before the conversation goes any further.
I know another thing that you recommend is really to get some things in writing. What should we be getting in writing before we give them $1 even?
There's a lot you should get in writing. So you need a detailed contract. Often we'll see like a receipt that's written with pen, you get the carbon copy of it. You should be getting a thick stack of papers. You should be getting a start date, an end date, an outline of the true scope of work that's going to be done, whether there are any subcontractors involved, a detailed outline of warranties, what the estimated pay structure is going to be when payments will be due, estimated date of completion, but we know there's some wiggle room there. You just really need to make sure you're getting all of those details, and also a lien waiver. They should be offering you a lien waiver.
And again, if maybe they're not offering that, another red flag, take a step back, look into them a little bit more, follow your gut, I feel like is always a good piece of advice when you're dealing with a company that you think might be a little bit sketchy here. And maybe you get that feeling when it comes to them asking for payment. What are some red flags we should look out there?
Well, you shouldn't hire anyone who's trying to pressure you if they're using those high pressure sales tactics. If they say it's cash only, that's a red flag. Cash offers the least amount of protection if something should go wrong. It's best to pay with a credit card or in some cases a check, because at least you'll have a copy of that. You should be wary of anyone who says, we'll cover your deductible, or says, we'll work it out with insurance, you don't have to get involved. You should be talking to your insurance. You should be calling them and understanding what your deductible is and what your coverage is within your policy, because sometimes they'll make it sound like something's covered and it's not. That's something we hear about a lot. Some of these red flags, though, are so obvious in retrospect. I've seen business cards that people have where there's no last name, or there's no address provided, or there are typos, or maybe they use a very generic business name that sounds like it can be any number of businesses in town that you might confuse them for. If you're thinking they're a local business, call that business and ask if they're knocking on doors in your neighborhood. And also sometimes they're in unmarked cars. It's up to everyone what they're comfortable with. I would prefer to see a marked car when a contractor pulls up at my door. There's lots of little things. Take pictures along the way. Take pictures of their car, their license plate, the person themselves, and then your damage, document all of your damage and keep all correspondence.
Lots of good advice there. You talked a little bit about insurance coverage, and I do want to talk to you a little bit about insurance because I feel like you are quite the expert with how many stories you turn. You're often on the phone trying to help people get certain things covered. So I imagine for the people in Menasha right now dealing with this tornadic damage, they're probably starting to contact their insurance companies, trying to figure out what's going to be covered. In instances like this, especially with tornado damage, what are some of the common complaints people have with their insurance and maybe what they aren't covering for them?
I mean, that's probably where it starts. People are often disappointed to find out their policy doesn't cover everything. And that can be a really hard pill to swallow, especially when you're already dealing with so much. You're already in a hotel maybe, or your whole life has been interrupted by this. So that's often what we hear, is that insurance isn't covering everything that they wanted. But we also hear about problems with people who sign over insurance checks to their contractors. We wouldn't recommend doing that. We would recommend getting that check and then getting an invoice from your contractor and paying it yourself. But also just be aware there is an appeals process. If you are initially denied by your insurance company, that doesn't mean it's the end of the road. You could submit more documentation. You could file an appeal. You can file a secondary appeal if the first one doesn't go the way you want. It doesn't have to be the end of the road. And if you feel like you've been wrongly denied, you can reach out to us at Contact 6, and we're happy to reach out to businesses on your behalf and see if something can be done.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great resource to have for anybody who's going through this right now is Contact 6, because you guys do a great job working through some of that difficult language and helping them get the answers that they might be seeking. I imagine some people who are watching right now and they're hearing about these storm chasers and what they do, they think that's got to be illegal. And I know that there are some laws here in Wisconsin that do protect us from this kind of fraud and from these storm chasers. So tell me a little bit more about what these protections really are, what these laws say.
So one of the laws says a contractor cannot promise to pay any portion of your deductible. That's a red flag if they're offering to do that. They can't negotiate with insurance on your behalf without your permission to do so. So you need to have to give that permission verbally, and they must ask if your work is related to an insurance claim before even entering into that contract. And they must notify you of your right to cancel within 3 days if your insurance claim does not go as you expected or it's denied. So there's a lot of steps. They should be giving you a lot of information up front. If they're not, I wouldn't go with them. I would make sure you're hiring a local company and that you're getting multiple estimates and really doing your due diligence so that you're not further victimized after all of this damage you've had to deal with and your life being upended.
Yeah, certainly our hearts just go out to this community as we've seen the destruction footage and photos come in. It is so heartbreaking to see. So to your point, if anyone needs help, especially working through maybe some insurance things, you said reach out to you. How can they do that, Jenna?
Mm-hmm. Sure. So if you want to reach out to Contact 6, you can go to our website, fox6now.com. There's a blue box on the side that says submit a complaint to Contact 6, and you can fill out a quick form and reach out to us if you're having problems. I will say sometimes with these storm chasers, if they're really scammers, they're hard for us to reach as well because they've already moved on. Sometimes they come from out of town and then they go and they don't feel like they're responsible for poor quality work that's left behind or people who want refunds. But we are willing to reach out to these businesses on your behalf based on the information we have, but it is a whole lot easier if they are based in the state of Wisconsin.
Absolutely. You guys do a lot for our community in helping us kind of work through some of the complaints that come in and getting people their money back or maybe walking through some insurance claims. And we just appreciate you joining us right now, sharing this advice, as I imagine a lot of people starting this process right now, trying to get their homes put back together. And we just don't want anyone to fall for one of these storm chasers and their scams and their schemes. So Jenna, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to chat with us.
No problem. I really hope it's helpful.
Yes. Oh, I think it absolutely was. Again, that's Jenna Sachs with Contact 6. If you do have any questions for her, even if it's not related to this, you have another complaint you want to have Contact 6 look into, again, head to fox6now.com, or you can always go inside the Fox Local app as well. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and then we are going to go to the fair. I'm looking forward to it. Stay with us.
Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1246 on what is an absolutely gorgeous day here in our area. Take another live look here from our Estabrook camera because I just love seeing Lake Michigan over there. And of course, the skies right now are crystal clear, no rain in sight, and there's also no humidity in sight. So I'm calling today almost a perfect forecast as we sit there at 74 degrees. Can't recommend getting outside enough. And if you are looking for an opportunity to get outside and probably have an amazingly fun time, well, you can go to the Racine County Fair. Ben Hansen joining us live here on the Live Desk. And Ben, it's opening day for the fair.
Yes, it is opening day for the Racine County Fair. These people that are here, the vendors, the volunteer board that have been prepping for the fair, have been doing this for a long time now. They've been prepping probably since the end of the fair that was last year. I'm with Rochelle Henningfeld right now. She is a volunteer on the county fair board, and we're going to do a little drive along here. We're in a golf cart. We're going to give you some of the highlights of the fair from this year. Rochelle, are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's go. We don't want to run anybody over.
Yeah. So the fair this year goes 5 days. It's open every single day until August 2nd.
Yep,
August 2nd.
every Sunday.
And it's open from 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. every single day. I'll give you a kind of a view here of what we're seeing.
Ooh, lots
And
of
this
food.
is one of the Yes, this is one of the main drags in the Racine County Fair area right now. And Rochelle was telling me about a lot of foods that they have going on. They have waffle corn dogs, and they also have famous steak sandwiches. They have chili dogs. There is so much to choose from here at the Racine County Fair. So, Rochelle, talk to us a little bit about the prep that you've been
community and volunteers and vendors and sponsors to put on the fair each year. Our fair is run by over 90% volunteers, and from their ticket takers to people handing out ribbons, we just appreciate all the support. Our board meets once a month to plan the fair, and it really takes a village and a team to put on the 5-day event.
And there's also a lot to do here, right, Rochelle? You were talking about all the free events that you guys have, the admission of the ticket. Can you talk about those events? What can people expect to be able to do with those events when they're here?
Yeah, so I mean, one thing that's so cool about Racine County, and actually we're coming up to it, is the Case IH display. Case IH being from Racine County, they come and bring tractors that you can come and sit on and experience. They have pedal tractors for the kids, so that's always a fun one, a fair favorite. We have pig and duck races. Kids are people too. We have a wild bird show, and you can pet a stingray. Pig, goat, and duck races. So there's a ton of free activities. Oh, live music, everything.
And you were talking to me about how with this fair, it's over 90% volunteers that are working here. I can tell just from the talks that I've had with you around and being here today that it's a really tight-knit community. Can you tell me a little bit about the community that you guys have here at the fair?
Just even community members or people from local communities, they come, they want to make fair memories, whether it's showing in the barns or whether it's volunteering for a position. You'll see a lot of community members in different food stands here because we have a lot of local food stands. And that corn dog there right up here, the waffle dog. But the exhibitors are here excited. You could just, when you come onto our grounds, so you can feel the excitement throughout fair week. And it's just awesome. I love fair.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about your past with it? Because you've been doing this for so
my parents actually met at the fair, showing through the fair. And then I started showing when I was young. I did projects in the 4-H building, and I did beef and swine. In 2011, I was the Racine County Fairist of the fair, and then I was the Wisconsin State Fairist of the fairs. And I just keep coming back as a volunteer. And actually, I met my husband through the fair. Our family shows at the fair, so it's a generational affair.
Yes. And what are some of your biggest highlights? If these viewers out here are coming out to the Racine County Fair, what do they need to see?
I mean, you have to eat fair food. You have to eat your way through the fair. I already have a bucket list of everything I want to eat. Lobster rolls, there's like happy camper coffee, quesadillas, steak sandwiches. There's so much. You just have to come out and walk your way through the fair. And I mean, I love the pig and duck races. I love the tractors. I mean, I really can't just name one.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much.
Yeah. And when you meet people out here, I've seen you talking to people, a bunch of people this morning. What are their reactions when they walk through the gates and they're here for another year, especially on the first day?
We see lots of smiling faces and lots of excitement. They're just excited to be here. A lot of people haven't seen each other in a year's time. A lot of our vendors, they come back year after year. So it's fun to meet up with them and talk to them about what's happened in the last year. And the youth, they are already showing their exhibits starting Monday and Tuesday. So they're excited. So everybody's smiling faces.
Yes, and you were telling me about also prioritizing local vendors. I mean, you have a lot of people that are local here that are coming to either show their animals or serve food at their booths. Can you tell me a little bit about that local tie that you have here at the county fair?
Definitely. So we have a lot of different organizations and actually small businesses that. Oh, and this is our stingrays. You can pet a stingray.
So they actually have, you can pet a stingray here at this booth that they have right here. As you can see, of course, it's packed already. But tell me a little bit about the tie.
So a lot of organizations that give back to the community. Up here actually is our Waterford FFA alumni booth. They are very popular for their breakfast and mac and cheese. We have Happy Camper Coffee. It's a coffee booth. Squire's Corn Dogs, and we'll pass them in a little bit. Squire's Corn Dogs has been here generations, and they do snow cones and corn dogs. The Kiwanis stand does steak sandwiches. We have the Yorkville 4-H stand. We have... We do corn dogs and lemonade. I'm trying to think of them all. The Pine Acres. They're here with their corn dogs. I mean,
yes,
there's so many. I'm like, I'll probably leave here with you and be like, oh man, I forgot.
A stand, it's called The Roof, earlier today, and he was talking about how he has been working here. He worked here when he was just a little kid, and he have. So you can tell people that are working here now have been doing it for a really long time. There's a reason people are sticking around. Rochelle, what do you think the main reason for people coming back for almost their entire life is?
The fair is a way of life. It's an event that gets to showcase agriculture. It's a family-friendly area. And, you know, you get a lot of bang for your buck with our gate admission. We have a lot of free entertainment that is free with paid fair admission. All of our grandstand acts are free with paid fair admission. So Monday or Wednesday and Friday, we have truck and tractor pulls. On Thursday, we have mini rod and garden tractor pulls and the combine demolition derby. Saturday night, we have bull riding and mutton busting, which is the kids riding a sheep. And then on Sunday is our famous demolition derby.
So as you can see, there's no shortage of stuff to do at the fair as we're coming along that main drag again right here. Rochelle, thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate it. It's open until August 2nd every day from 8 to 11:30 p.m. Haley, is what you liking what you see?
Ben, I'm loving what I see. I love that he's got the full tour of the grounds without even having to move. That was so fun. My main question is, before you leave today, Ben, are you going to go and pet one of those guys at the aquarium?
I think I have to. I was already talking with Blair. She's a little girl that's 10 years old here. That's her first year at the fair. She's showing pigs. She's going to be in a couple competitions. I got to pet one of her pigs, but I mean, I don't know how I couldn't leave here without being able to pet a stingray. So definitely on the bucket list, Haley.
And then what's on your bucket list as far as food that you want to taste before you head home?
I think Rochelle here has been talking constantly about their waffle corn dogs. And if there's syrup that I can put on it too, I think it would be absolutely amazing. So I think that's something I got to try before I leave.
I have to agree. All right, Ben, don't have too much fun. You are on the clock, but we can't wait to see more of your stories coming up this afternoon. But thanks so much for giving us a tour all around the Racine County Fair.
Thanks, Haley.
Again, Ben Hansen there reporting at the fair. Opening day for them. You heard him tell you it's going to run all the way through Sunday. I can't imagine there's going to be a better day weather-wise to go to the fair than today. So if you're still looking at your calendar thinking, what should I get up to this afternoon and evening? Go to the Racine County Fair. Go and pet one of those stingrays. I think I would do it as well. I have to imagine if it's at the fair, it's going to be a safe environment. And then you can say, hey, I pet a stingray. I think that's a good, like, 2 truths and a lie to keep in your back pocket there. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We've got more news coming up for you right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1 o'clock on your Wednesday afternoon. And let's take another live look outside, shall we, on this gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. I can tell you from afar here, roof is open at American Family Field. The Mitchell Park Dome's also looking gorgeous right now as there is not a cloud in the sky and we're sitting at 75 degrees. So definitely a good afternoon to get outside if and when you are able. I doubt that you will regret it. I want to go ahead and bring in our next guest here on the Live Desk, Patrick with Milwaukee Waterworks joining us. After you guys made a little bit of an announcement today, it's a temporary change where you guys are going to actually reduce the amount of fluoride that you guys put in water due to some supply chain issues. So let's just start a little bit going in depth here on why this change is necessary, when it's going to start, and how long you really expect this to last, Patrick.
So yes, unfortunately, due to the national supply chain issues. We do need to reduce the amount of fluoride we're adding to the drinking water beginning this Friday. We have a contract with a vendor. The contract expires in early August. They informed us 2 months ago that they would not be extending the contract another year. When we found out about that, we immediately utilized our city's procurement process to initiate a new contract. Unfortunately, when bids were due on Monday, no one bid. So in an effort to make our existing supplies last longer, we are going to reduce beginning on this Friday. That should allow us with the product on hand to continue adding fluoride for the next 3 to 4 months. And certainly during those 3 to 4 months, we will continue to search for fluoride on the open market. And then we will also likely initiate the bidding process, the contracting process again.
Yeah, kind of extending your supply right now as you work to kind of figure out a new contractor for the future. I imagine some people watching right now might think, fluoride in water. I think of fluoride and I immediately go to the dentist and the different treatments that they tell me that you need every visit. So I guess why do you guys put fluoride in the water to begin with, Patrick?
Well, it's a public health initiative, and we've been adding fluoride to the water since 1953. We are currently operating under guidance from the United States Department of Health and Human Services and the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, as well as a resolution enacted by our Common Council back in 2012. The optimal levels, as determined by the public health agencies, is around 0.7 parts per million. Our standard typical dosing aims for right around 0.65. Unfortunately, we are going to be reducing that to a little less than half moving forward beginning on Friday.
So I imagine some people hearing that, you're going to reduce it to about 0.3. Is the water still going to be safe to drink here, Patrick?
Absolutely. This will change nothing about the safety of the drinking water. Fluoride is an additive for public health and dental health primarily. Nothing else about the drinking water is changing. It will be absolutely safe to drink.
We know it's going to be safe to drink. Just out of curiosity, will it taste any different having less fluoride in it for the time being?
No, there should be no noticeable taste or odor difference in the water.
That's always good to hear here. Is there anything that we should be doing in the meantime to make sure that we're getting the fluoride we need? Do we need to maybe make sure we're brushing a little bit more as we have this kind of decrease in the water for a little bit?
Well, I would opine that dentists would say brushing more is never a bad thing to do. But absolutely, I think you're correct to point out that fluoride can be found in a number of different places, especially toothpaste, some mouthwashes, I believe. And so there's the ability to get the necessary fluoride in other places. We do want to return to our normal dosing levels as soon as possible, though, because we recognize that adding it to the water does provide a tremendous health benefit.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so we know temporarily you're decreasing it as you guys work to kind of figure out a new supply, a new contractor. For you guys, do you have a goal of when you would like to have the water back up to that normal fluoride kind of level?
I think we are hoping by the end of the year that we will have that the market will improve. We will reinitiate the contracting process, and we'll have a new contract in place by the end of the year. That is the hope.
So yeah, definitely just a temporary change here if that is kind of the goal that you guys are hoping to meet here. Anything else you wanted to mention about the fluoride or the water quality or just Milwaukee Water Works while we have you, Patrick?
No, I guess I to your question earlier, I think I should circle back. Certainly water quality will not change. The water is safe to drink. There should be no concerns about the safety and quality of the water that our customers are receiving.
I'm sure that will ease a lot of minds for the viewers that are watching. Just know that this is a temporary change, but to Patrick's point, nothing is changing with the quality. You shouldn't even notice a taste difference, and it's certainly still safe to drink. Patrick, we appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us here on the live desk.
Thank you, Haley.
Again, learning that announcement earlier this morning, so glad we could chat with Patrick to kind of figure out a little bit more as to why this change is necessary as they continue to work behind the scenes to get a new supply and get a new contractor. And again, really, you shouldn't even notice it too much on your own end, so that's good. Maybe next time you're at the dentist and they ask you if you want that optional fluoride treatment, just say yes this time if you normally say no, while you deal with a little bit less in your drinking water for the time being. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back with more news. We're going to try and get you out to Menasha, check in with our crew that's on their way there in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:08 on your Wednesday afternoon. Quick reminder, I'll be with you all the way until 1:30, then Maddie Stelk taking over. She'll get you to 2:30, and I believe it's Ted Perry today who will do that kind of third hour for you. And of course, then Maddie will hop back on and get you all the way to 4 as we really just keep you informed on both the weather and the news. And this week, the top news story has been that EF3 tornado that hit Fox Valley, especially Menasha, as they now work to recover from widespread, extensive damage and just destruction. I want to go ahead and bring in Christina Van Zelstar, our reporter, who is back in our weather truck here. Christina, I know you are in Menasha. You were also here yesterday. So I guess as you kind of drive around this afternoon, are you seeing anything different, any progress? Because I know, again, this damage, it is certainly widespread and going to take some time to recover from.
Definitely. I would say the biggest thing I've noticed compared to yesterday is we know that some power has been restored for people, and a lot of things have been moved from the streets, but now they're piling up on the sidewalk. So we're going to take you down First Street now. Again, this is in Menasha. This is kind of what a lot of the neighborhood streets look like today, where there's still the downed trees, but they're being pushed for pickup on the sidewalk. There's a big tree on the right of your screen there. So still a long way to go. And there are a lot of resources, people coming in from out of town, helping residents who still don't have power, because Haley, that's the other thing, is there are still a lot of power lines down and entangled in trees and homes. And it's really hard to capture the devastation in Menasha because it's so widespread, and it's still a long cleanup to go here. We have been checking out some of the areas where they're giving out free water because, again, there is no power and people are under a boil advisory, but they can't boil their water. So bottled water is a big need for folks who live here. We also were over at a food truck, Luigi's Pizza and Pasta. They are handing out free food to people who are in need, and we interviewed a family there who say this is really helping them just get through the week. I said, what would you do if people weren't stepping up like Luigi's? And they said their only option would be to open canned food and eat it cold. And they're just really grateful for the people who are with power and able to supply them with things like pizza, food. There was some lemonade over there. So it still looks not like it looks similar to yesterday, I would say. But again, some of the streets have been cleared out a little bit more so than what I saw last night. And we know that some power has been restored, so that is a positive. But as we turn on every street, it just seems like there's never-ending devastation here in Menasha.
Yeah, Christina, as you talk about some of the needs that people have right now, I think it puts everything into perspective. You know, we can complain about some little things in our day-to-day life, and then you have people who simply want drinking water or the ability to charge their phone or just turn a light on. And that's right now what the city of Menasha really is in need of. I imagine people here in the Milwaukee area would love to help out. So, I mean, what are people in need of, Christina? How can we help from where we are?
You know, one of the things I heard today that was not posted on the Facebook pages that I've seen was bug spray. A mom was telling us that they're outside a lot, and with standing water and the damage, they're getting a lot of mosquitoes, so bug spray would be helpful. Obviously, the water situation, people always would appreciate the bottled water, but I think the biggest thing people are in need of is, or looking for, is to get their power back, because that is something that is really, it's hot today too. So air conditioning, I know there's cooling centers that have opened in Menasha that people are taking advantage of. But when it comes to help from Milwaukee, I mean, any of those things, there's a bunch of resources listed on Facebook from the police department for donations. And it's going to be a long road for the cleanup here. So volunteers, there are ways you can volunteer to come help with that. But again, with caution, right? Because there are still power lines that are in the middle of the street, and a lot of debris spread out. So people are asking to stay away from the main areas with road closures, because it is still unsafe, and they just want emergency crews to be able to respond and get it cleared so that people can come back to their homes and do what they need to do.
I mean, even this shot right now where we can see some of these power lines just dangling here on top of even homes and the trees, it again is just so heartbreaking to see. As you've been there today and also yesterday, Christina, tell me a little bit more about kind of just the morale of Menasha right now. I imagine this has to be so incredibly hard for the people walking through it. But from the stories I heard from Stephanie Quirk on Wake Up, it also seems like really neighbors coming together to help each other out.
Definitely. And I think that's one thing that's helping people here get through this difficult time, is just the support they have for each other. And the support coming in from surrounding counties too. We were interviewing an organization that came from Missouri to help hand out supplies. And Haley, actually the street here right in front of us is closed, but it's looking at the trees is something that is also just heartbreaking to see them completely uprooted. This area was visually kind of shows just like the 360 angles of the destruction from this tornado. But back to the morale, I would say people are hanging in there. I think it's difficult now with it being a couple of days without power, and want to just take you down this street actually while we are here. You can see there's still a power line down on this street. This is First Street you're looking down.
Christina, every time I see these trees too, I have to almost remind myself that they're bare because of how strong these winds were that just ripped through the city. A lot of times I think, oh, it's just wintertime, but obviously no, we're in July, and when you see these bare trees, the ones that are still standing, obviously other ones completely uprooted, it just shows you the strength of this storm that hit them, Christina.
Yeah, definitely. And it's sad to see all of the trees ripped up like that. And again, will be a long process to clean up because that's the main damage that we've seen kind of piling up. And this is a good visual of it here, piling up on the sidewalks. So I don't know what the priority list is for crews. I assume right now it's to get the power back on, but then they're going to have a lot to pick up trees wise once that becomes the next priority.
And I always say these storms, they rip through in a matter of minutes, but they leave behind damage that can take days, if not months, if not years, to clean up from, to recover from. Obviously, you're now out here for the second day, covering the story, talking to different people in the community, figuring out their needs. What can we expect from some of your reports this afternoon in our newscasts?
Yeah, so our focus today, and there's so many things to be told from the city of Menasha, but today we're focused on the resources that are available for people. So we were over at the Piggly Wiggly where they're giving out free water and supplies like tarps, garbage bags, things like that. And that over there, Haley, that was a steady flow of vehicles coming through, taking advantage of the resources. So people are at least getting the information out that's there. So we're focusing on, we'll have some visuals from that, and then also places like that Luigi's Pizza where they have power and they're using a food truck to make free pizzas for families who are in need of food. So people stepping up to help, but also what it means to the community to have resources like that just to get by, one meal at a time.
Yeah, everyone really doing their part, helping out in whatever ways they can. And it might seem small, a warm meal, some pizza there, but I know it goes such a long way for these families and it means the world to them. As you mentioned, the other alternative would have been, eating something cold out of a can, and instead they get that warm meal with their family. So this help certainly going a long way. Christina Van Zelst here joining us in the kind of weather truck that we have right now in Menasha. She'll be there all afternoon long, providing some more live reports. But Christina, thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk.
Thanks, Haley.
Again, Christina Van Zelst, her photojournalist, driving around there, and it's just heartbreaking to see the damage every single road that they turn on, and that just shows you just how widespread it is. And again, you can even tell as they were driving there, roads are tight. Sometimes you have to turn around. Roads are blocked off, they're closed, and that is why right now when it comes to volunteering, they don't want you just to show up. And I know that's our instinct, right? As humans, when we want to help, it's to go to wherever that problem is to offer our services. But at this time, as you can see from the City of Menasha Police Department, volunteers are actually being placed on standby while response needs are identified. So please do not report directly to damaged areas unless you have been assigned through an organized volunteer effort. If you would like to help out, there are so many different opportunities and organizations to reach out to so they can put you in the right spot. Or if you would just like to help out from here in the Milwaukee County area, I want to remind you about this tornado relief drive that's happening tomorrow at Franklin Field from 10 in the morning until 2 p.m. They'll be collecting cleaning supplies. They will collect trash bags. Of course, they can never have enough bottled water right now as people need clean drinking water. They're under that kind of water, that boil water advisory, which means it is not safe for them to drink right now in Menasha. It's safe for you to shower, but also you think, can these homes even do that right now? Do they have a supply to water when you look at the extensive damage? And of course, hygiene products as well. So if you're thinking, I would love to help out, I don't know where to go, here's a great way of how you can help out in a very quick matter of fact, as this happens tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. And again, our crew will be in Menasha all afternoon long, so we will keep checking in with Christina Van Zelst as we get the very latest. But I do appreciate, as you look at some of the images, and I'll put up some more video, where your heart just breaks thinking of how many lives have been impacted. There's a few things that stand out to me. One, we are still hearing of 0 lives lost in this storm, and that is huge, especially as Bria Jones took us through some of the streets yesterday, and we saw cars that were flipped upside down, and you can fully see into some of these homes, and other homes are just completely gone. They're just piles of debris, and you think it is miraculous that there are no lives lost in this storm. So that is such a silver lining to this devastation. We do know of 60-plus injuries, people who have been hurt in this storm. None of them are in critical condition. So again, kind of a best-case scenario when you look at how bad and how devastating this storm is. And of course, the other thing that really stands out to me is hearing stories like Luigi's, as Christina was just telling us. Somebody who said, I have a food truck, I have power, I have a way to feed people, and I'm going to go and do that right now. Helping out what might seem like a small effort, making some pizzas, means so much to these people, as they can just go get a warm meal that they don't have to make. They don't have to worry about the logistics of getting it. They just get to go and eat, and that is huge for them. So again, I always say as a reporter, it's hard to go and report on this devastation and just how hard it is. But again, it's the beauty of humanity that can come out of it as well. And that's always a rewarding and beautiful thing to see as we continue to cover the stories coming out of Menasha these last few days. For now, we'll take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we'll get back to some more news in just a little bit. Stay with us.
The Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:24 on your Wednesday afternoon. Just moments ago, we watched Senate Republicans speak to media. Ultimately, they just wrapped up and finished, so I do anticipate some Senate Democrats probably taking to this lectern in just a few minutes, and we'll try and get you some of their answers. But in the meantime, want to put another call out for some questions. Taking a live look here at Lambeau. Of course, it is crazy, but in the best way possible, that we are that much closer to a new NFL season. Packers training camp underway right now in Green Bay. Our sports director, Tim Van Voren, is there. Today was a very exciting morning for the Green Bay Packers and for training camp. I feel like no matter what team that you cheer for in the NFL, a lot of people are aware of the tradition that happens here in Green Bay, which is when the players will ride bikes from Lambeau to their kind of training field, but not their bikes. They get bikes from some of the kids that stop by. So what a cool moment. You bring your bike and you hope that one of the players is going to choose you, have a quick little conversation with them. Ultimately, you do get your bike back as well. So very exciting there for Lambeau. So also just a heads up, if you have a question for Tim Van Voren, email it to me right now, haley.spittler@fox.com. And we are going to try and get Tim Van Voren to answer as many of these as possible. We got Andrew Muzu's question all lined up, but we want to hear from you as well. So I just want to leave my email up there for one more second, haley.spittler@fox.com. We'll ask again also in the next couple of days if you don't have the opportunity today, but we definitely want to get Tim involved in the conversation. And I know you guys can be creative, especially from the Brewers six-pack questions. You guys are really good at coming up with some really fascinating and intriguing questions. So anything related to Green Bay, send me your question and we will try and get Tim Van Voren to answer it. In the meantime, let's head out to D.C. As I mentioned, Republicans were talking just a few minutes ago. Democrats now stepping up to the lectern, starting with Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And the war. Let's touch on his unpopular, failed, and disastrous war. Trump's busy twiddling his thumbs without any plan for how to end this reckless war, while our service members are facing down barrage after barrage of Iranian missiles, of Iranian drones. Trump is more concerned about protecting himself from the repercussions of his failed war in Iran than protecting our troops who are in harm's way. As we promised, we're going to make them vote and vote and vote. We will soon force another vote on our War Powers resolution to end this aimless war and bring our troops home. Every second Trump prolongs the war, our service members' lives are at risk. Senate Republicans, stand up for our troops, not for the president who sent them into war without a plan, without a mission. And finally, on government funding, where Patty will speak. Democrats have been clear from the start. We want to fund the government, avoid a shutdown, and pass strong bipartisan appropriation bills that improve people's lives. Bipartisan negotiations are ongoing. Senate Democrats are working in good faith to reach an agreement and keep the appropriations process moving forward. We're fighting for a bipartisan funding package, not partisan bills, that bankroll Trump's war while leaving working peoples behind. Any CR must be bipartisan. It must keep the government open without abandoning the needs of working families or give Trump a blank check for his terrible agenda. There is a responsible path forward. Senate Democrats, led by Patty, are ready to take it, but Republicans must meet us in the middle.
Well, let's talk about priorities for this year, because Trump certainly has told us what his are. A $1.5 trillion war budget. That is nearly a $0.5 trillion increase. For families here at home, for things like housing and child care, a 10% cut. Well, apparently $1.5 trillion isn't enough, because last week Pete Hegseth came back demanding $70 billion for a war that is spiraling out of control and driving gas prices through the roof. Couldn't tell us how the war would end, just that he wanted more money for it. No strategy, no endgame, no justification, and Trump has promised us a deal for months. Every time Trump says an end to the war he should have never started is around the corner, the bill for his forever war goes bigger. Just trust me is not a strategy, and it sure isn't worth $70 billion of taxpayer money. Congress is not an ATM for Trump's forever wars. Taxpayers do not want us to rubber stamp a blank check for Trump.
Hey guys, Haley here. Obviously listening to hear Senate Democrats speak to the media and answer some questions here. We'll get you back out to D.C. in just one quick moment. But wanted to show you something brand new to the Wisconsin Live Desk that we are so excited about, because we really want to hear from you guys, and you can now connect with us. So a couple of options. You can scan that QR code that's right up in the right-hand corner. I do recognize maybe some of you guys are on your phones watching us, so you can't use your camera. You can still participate. Just head to fox6now.com/connect, and that's how you can leave us a comment or a question, and we can then show them right here on the live desk. So excited to see what you guys have to say and really get you in on the conversation here as we hang out with you every weekday from noon until 4. So also just a quick reminder, if you have any questions for Tim Van Voren, especially with the Green Bay Packers training camp underway, you can send us that via email or connect with us from fox6now.com/connect or that QR code. In the meantime, I'm going to get us back out to D.C. We'll listen to the Senate Democrats who are speaking as Maddie Stelk takes over. She will log in and get you guys all the way to 2:30. Then Ted Perry will join us after that as we get you all the way to 4 this afternoon. Thanks for joining me today.
Like the ones we reached the last 3 years, which allowed us to draft and pass good bipartisan bills. As families are getting crushed by higher costs and as we're about to head over the infrastructure cliff October 1st, when roughly over $65 billion in critical annual funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law runs dry, we should be delivering major new investments to help our families get by, not supersizing Trump's war budget. Democrats are at the table. We are ready to write serious bipartisan bills that lower costs and keep this country safe. But we will not shortchange America's families to bankroll Donald Trump's forever war. Now, at this point, because of everything I just discussed, we will need more time to get our funding bills done. No one wants a shutdown in October, so I have been working with Chair Collins to prepare a CR that takes us into December. And we will fix the problems with the bill that the House Republicans drafted and passed last week. Good bipartisan work continues on that, and you can bet that as we work on annual funding for the year ahead, my Democratic colleagues and I are going to keep pushing to actually make life more affordable and to spend the America's and people's hard-earned tax dollars reinvesting in our families and communities across America instead of writing Trump a blank check to threaten war crimes halfway around the world.
Thank you, Patty, for your great work. Go ahead, Newt. Go ahead. No, not you. We had a great meeting this morning. We're going to be working together to win the seat, beat Susan Collins, and take back the Senate.
Leader Schumer.
Yes.
Schumer, the Democratic Socialists of America recently released their new platform. One of the things in that platform is to abolish the Senate and create a new unicameral House in Congress. Is this something Democratic Socialist candidates have been winning in races across the country? Is this something that has a place, this type of policy position in the Democratic
The bottom line is Democrats from one end of the spectrum to the other are going to be working to defeat Trump, to bring down costs, to go after his corruption, and to end the chaos. Yes. I couldn't.
Republicans have been pulling out the stops to court Senator John Fetterman. How do you feel like he's done as a Democratic senator? Do you want him to stay on your Senate deck?
Yes, and he is a very good member of Congress. The people in our caucus very much like him and respect him, and we're a big tent party. We can have a lot of different views in that party. Yes.
Now that Jay Clayton is confirmed.
Now that
Jay Clayton is confirmed, will Senate Democrats commit to reauthorizing Section 702 advice? I know that Bill Pulte will be out.
Look, well, first we have to make sure Pulte is out, and second, many of us want to get 702 enacted, but it needs some reforms. Thank you.
Hey guys, Maddie Stelk here. We just heard from Senate Democrats speaking to the media. Right there was Minority Leader Chuck Schumer there. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to take a look at your forecast when we come back. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
So great to be with you today on your Wednesday afternoon. Let's give you a live look outside right now from our Estabrook Park camera. Gorgeous. 75 degrees, perfect. I feel like I would deem this like patio rooftop weather. Holly, what do you think?
A happy Holly forecast, you know me.
Always great to hear that.
Yes, it is definitely patio or rooftop weather for sure. And honestly, I think we'll have another day of that tomorrow. Now, maybe a little bit hotter as we head into tomorrow's forecast, but today is absolutely panning out to be literally a great day. We had a great day yesterday too, and today's even better. We're already at 75 degrees here by the lake. It is a little bit cooler by the lake. We got a lake breeze that's pretty much kicking in. Some areas in the 80s as you look inland here. So 80 in Madison, 81 in Janesville and Watertown, and even perhaps West Bend. So overall, we are closer to our average, especially those inland areas, a little below the average for some areas that are by the lake. Now, as we look ahead here, though, I know you're wondering, how long is this sunshine going to last, right? Well, as we head throughout the rest of tonight, or rather today, you're going to notice that we're going to stay pretty sunny out there. And even as we head into Thursday's forecast, it is going to also remain nice and quiet for us. We really won't start to see rain chances again until about Friday or Saturday. So Friday and Saturday are looking to be our best chances for rain before that chance goes back down for Sunday and Monday. And let's look here at our Fox weather model here. So that kind of shows you a little bit more of a better gauge at what we can expect as we head into the weekend. So ending this work week into the weekend, we start to watch for a little bit more of that rain that could arrive by Friday. Now, this is Friday morning, still staying fairly dry. We will have a little bit more of those clouds to kind of hang out for our area, though, and really across the state, everybody is going to be seeing rain. Now, we're not expecting any severe weather at this time, so that is great news. It's just rain that we actually need. We get the drought monitor or the update on the drought monitor tomorrow, so we'll see if the rain that we saw earlier this week helped any. But I do believe after this batch of rain rolls through over the weekend, we're going to be seeing improvements by next week. As we get closer to when that rain comes, possibly by the afternoon on Friday is when we'll start to see that rain moving into our area here in southeast Wisconsin. Now, that rain chance continues really throughout the remainder of Friday's forecast based off of this Fox model here. And even on Saturday, we could still see a little bit more of some chances for rain as well. Now, a lot of that rain will be more or less lingering from what we see on Friday. So both days we will see some rain, mainly in the morning time on our Saturday's forecast. As we look ahead here, though, for our 6-day planner, what you'll notice is the biggest rain chance again is going to be on Friday. We could have some that carries over, light rain at least, that carries over into Saturday before we're dry for the remainder of the weekend. And look at this, temperatures overall behaving for the most part. Now, tomorrow we definitely could expect hotter temperatures, at least in near that 90-degree mark, and we could have so our heat index values could be even higher in the 90s. So we definitely have another hot day that we're planning ahead for tomorrow, but at least it's not rain, so a lot of people be able to get out and enjoy themselves, Maddie. I know that that's something I would want to do. I'll be at work, but I'll be enjoying myself on the weather deck, as it will be my type of weather in the 90s.
Oh, this is perfect. I mean, honestly, I'm not a big 90s person. I know, Holly, you're from further south, so that's more of a comfortable temp for you. But this is like, I'm looking down, I see the 75 degrees. That's my perfect temperature. But honestly, as long as there's some sun, I'll take it. And if we need the rain, we can have a little bit of that too, as long as it's not too much.
Right. Well, I think even on Friday, I think Friday is really going to be the day where it's like, let me just stay in. But I think by Saturday afternoon, we're still going to be dry overall. We may have some lingering showers. It may be a little muggy out there. Otherwise, though, I do think we're shaping up for a pretty good weekend ahead of us. Friday may not be our best day, but at least we got Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Sunday there. I feel like that'll be my day to like be outside and everything. But maybe it'll clear up Saturday too. But super excited for the weekend. Glad it's hump day. We're almost there. Hopefully some sunshine on the way. Holly, thanks so much for joining us. So yes, I'm really looking for that sunshine. I'm so happy that it's out today. Another live look outside. My mom is actually coming up to Milwaukee today from the Chicago suburbs. We're going to get dinner on some sort of patio. If you guys have recommendations, please let me know. I actually just learned that we have a new feature here, and I just logged in, you guys, so I'm a little new, but you can connect with us. Our Kale, one of our managers here who set this up, is very happy that I'm promoting this right now. But I am too, because I'm so excited. I want to hear from you guys. I want to connect with you. You can have a chance to have your comment featured here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Scan that QR code. I want to show you how that exactly works. So is there a box that I can, I might have to just show you like this. So you see that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You're going to open your phone, go to the camera app, and then kind of zoom in on it, and then it should appear, and then you click that link there that appears on your iPhone camera. And then you can ask us a question or leave us a comment, again, for a chance to be featured. Or you can go to the link fox6now.com/connect. So plenty of ways for you guys to get to that connection spot and talk to us. Again, I want to chat with you guys, so let me know what you have to say. Again, if there's any good patio recommendations as well for dinner, let me know that as well. I'm going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
It is 1:45 on your Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Let's take you out right now to where Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh is taking questions from reporters. I'm going to bring you that here live.
There's a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today than they were 42 days ago. Markets have made decisions because we step back in part from trying to influence those. Market judgments have moved up on what nominal rates are across the Treasury curve. That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time. In the period ahead, we've got important decisions to make about the policy rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we say or even what we do. Monetary policy matters by how it affects the real economy. And these prices that we see in financial markets is one of the many ways in which it affects the real economy. We'll be continuing to watch that market information, see how it responds to incoming events, and that can help inform our decision making when we meet in 7 or 8 weeks.
How would you characterize in the family fight the last couple of days of you and the other 8 members who wanted to hold? Was that a strong conviction, or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus tightening?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3. The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of agreement on the hard questions. The 4 questions I raised at the outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. What are our tools and our capabilities? What's the effect on prices on output? I heard a lot of commonality on the questions. Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So could people come to different conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking, not watchful waiting. And I think the score on that vote was unanimous.
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times. You've mentioned that looking at the Fed's policy tools is one element of a 3-pronged strategy to address the inflation problem. So I'm curious how you view the effectiveness of those tools. If inflation is too high and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
So that was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy? If inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period, interest rates could well be part of that solution. But I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today a point that I made into the oversight committees a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a misimpression by some in financial markets, by some households and businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation target, but maybe we were more tolerable of a somewhat higher inflation target. In economics, we'd call that the revealed preference. And so might it have been rational for people to think, well, their inflation target's somewhat higher. What I heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no. We will deliver the 2% inflation target. That is the committee's definition of price stability. So one way, absent the tools that you reference, to ensure that we get there is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we've made some progress on that. I am not suggesting we're done on that. It's worth reiterating. And ultimately, the business we're in, Colby, is performance. We are going to be judged by how we perform. And that's what we intend to do. The inflation target, making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third and equally consequential part.
How are you factoring the fact that a large portion of the inflation overshoot is being caused by supply shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does that blunt the effectiveness of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion in the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand and identify underlying inflation dynamics amid shocks. We take these shocks seriously. There have been a series of them that have been hitting this economy. We're not looking through them and saying, oh, they don't matter. But we're trying to understand is to what extent are these shocks broadening in their effect, broadening in their impact on prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have growth that is broadening and inflation that is becoming more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job in this policy conjuncture a little tougher, but that's among the chief questions we've asked ourselves. And around the room, people have different views on it. I tend to think in the coming months we're going to refine that view and have a better judgment, and we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically, in your mind, would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation, I would characterize what we did as a review of the big hard questions, and I'd characterize it as a view of what our own homework is to try to resolve those questions in the period ahead. If you were to try to force a description that this was a pause, I would say financial market prices would take the other side of that. Financial market prices in this intermeeting period, they didn't pause, they reacted to the inflation data in one direction, strong economic growth in the other direction, and nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No, but I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but looking forward. Traditionally, a Federal Reserve chairman uses the Jackson Hole Summit as a sort of a reset of monetary policy. Well, how do you look at the speech that you're going to make in August?
I look at it like a blank piece of paper right now. I have not begun consideration with the incredible team here what would go into that document. I think you've characterized it correctly. Historically, at least from my first tour of duty at the Fed to more recent periods, it would be sort of a setting up speech more often than not of what was going to be happening in the fall. I haven't made any judgments on that, but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could, in the high mountain air in Jackson, Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions. There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get caught up in the myopic. Did you do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or 7 or 8 week periods. But they matter more, what are the big questions? What's really happening with productivity? What's really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the action we're going to have between September and December. I will tell you one other thing that I am doing between now and Jackson Hole, which is I'm checking with those task forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with other people who might disagree with them. In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be doing a check back in. I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate, their schedule, and when they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit of that checking, and that may or may not inform anything I have to say in Jackson.
Nick Temeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, I want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You've said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. Rates bring inflation down by cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
Yeah, so let me go back to first principles, Nick. I don't believe that either part of our mandate is generally at war with the other part. I do not believe that price stability and full employment is an either-or proposition. There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there. That isn't my judgment. In fact, my judgment is if and when we deliver on our remit, we're going to be satisfying both prongs. We're going to have price stability and full employment. And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the labor markets, you would run a period of high inflation that's variable such that employers, businesses, wouldn't really know what's going on. So I think the two parts of our mandate are equally important. We have no legislative orphans here. I've been talking mostly about price stability because we're doing pretty well collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well on prices. That's why we describe them as elevated, and that's what's taken most of our discussion. In terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different tools work through different transmission mechanisms. The interest rates work through lending channels and credit channels, maybe confidence channels and foreign exchange. The balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full abreast of all these tools in making policy. But if the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand in broad order, but really what we're doing as we sit here today at this press conference is I think we've got a reasonable sense of what aggregate demand looks like in this economy. We're inferring aggregate supply. We're making a judgment about what productivity is. And in some sense, there's a race between supply and demand. And the surge in business CapEx in and around AI, it's making that calculation a little harder to judge, but in the period ahead, we're going to be trying to judge just that.
And if I could ask, where exactly was the disagreement today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more around the risks, the tactics?
Yeah, so I'm going to I'll let the dissenters speak for themselves. The way I heard it over the last 2 days was overwhelming agreement on objectives and authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the question that we were trying to answer. What's the best move? What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it? And a second question that was asked is, when do we need to make those harder calls? When do we need to make those decisions? And like I said to one of your colleagues, I was comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us, they weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we observe them with keen interest.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Following up on that, there was more uncertainty in the markets about what the Fed would do at this meeting. To some extent, you might think that's what you want to see. But my question is about, is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated with that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Surprise is not the objective function. Surprise is not what we're solving for. We have a clear North Star. What we're solving for is how to make the best decisions. Almost everything else should be in service to that goal. By not spoon-feeding markets, by not previewing our decisions, by not sort of giving nudges and leans, my colleagues and I have found in the intermeeting period, what we're getting is the views from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets. Instead of just repeating or echoing what we're saying back to us, they're giving us somewhat, not perfect, their own judgment. Surprises are not the objective, but at the same time, I would say we didn't come into this meeting feeling constrained by the full range of alternatives we had in front of us.
So some of your peers have continued to discuss how they think about policy decisions, and if you don't offer your reaction function or your way of thinking about it, how concerned are you that you're ceding control of the narrative?
So not very concerned. That's a short answer to the question. When some people that follow the Fed say, well, we don't want your forecast, we don't want your dot, we just want your reaction function, part of me hears what we really want is your forecast, and what we really want is your dot. In terms of reaction function, let me sort of disabuse people of a question that may or may not be real and be out there. Any central banker, especially a central banker where the labor markets are more or less at equilibrium. Any central banker, when he or she sees underlying inflation moving higher, he or she is more inclined to tighten policy.
All right now we're hearing from the Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh speaking to reporters following the Fed's decision, a vote of 9-3 to maintain rates at 3.5% to 3.75%. It's a level that has been in place since January. So for the 7th consecutive month, those rates have held steady. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Check in with our reporter Christina Van Zels reporting in Menasha right now. So if you want to tap in to the conversation, I want to push this one more time. New feature that we have, you can connect with us. You can scan the QR code on the top right-hand side of your screen right there, or you can go to fox6now.com/connect, leave a comment or a question, and we'll bring it to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. I'm going to check on those comments, so stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
At the top of the 2 o'clock hour here, thanks for being with us. I'm Maddie Stelk. I want to take you out to Menasha right now, where it's now day 3 of cleanup after a EF3 tornado confirmed by the National Weather Service tore through the area. Christina Van Zels there right now. Christina, I know you were there yesterday. How are things looking now 24 hours later?
They're looking, I want to say, a little bit different, but also the same. We do know that some power has since been restored since we were here yesterday. And some of the streets are cleared themselves, but now that debris is just piling up on the sides of the streets. So it's a little bit more clear, but also still a long way to go. So, Maddie, this is a look at Broad Street. It backs up to the Fox River here. And, you know, it's really, we've been saying this since we've been covering this storm, but it's so hard to capture the devastation because it's spread throughout this entire city. Truly, any street you turn on looks similar to this, some worse than others, but obviously it's truly heartbreaking no matter where you turn. And again, this is what we've been noticing today is those trees have been picked up or removed from the streets. Now they're piling up on the sidewalks. So it's going to be a lot of work for crews to come through and pick that all up. Obviously, that's not the priority at this point. It appears the priority is getting people's power back on. So some of those utility poles that we saw in the street yesterday, those have been removed from the street so that vehicles can get through more easily, but not all the power is restored. Actually, if you look at the power line right here, you can see why it's going to be such a challenge, because there are things caught up and entangled in the utility poles. And this is just one street. It looks similar kind of across the city here in Menasha. So People are still, having the positive spirits, but again, it's hotter today. So having no power, you add in the heat, that's making things more uncomfortable. People are stepping up to help, though. We've seen some homes, looks like some groups have gone through and just put bottles of water on people's porches. So a lot of resources there for people getting help from outside counties and outside groups that are coming in to bring donations like water. Again, they're under that boil advisory. So people are saying, okay, even if we have running water, we still need the power to boil it. So just a lot of challenges here in Menasha as we are covering day 2 of the cleanup.
Christina, I know you've talked to so many neighbors. Some people have completely lost their homes. What have they told you as far as where are they even beginning, or where are they going from here? What are their priorities right now?
Yeah, it's overwhelming. That's what I've heard. It's just, where do you start, right? What is the first thing you do when you are dealing with something like this? And luckily, there have been a lot of posts on social media from law enforcement, the police department, people like the Red Cross offering help to get people back on their feet. I think a big thing we've heard that people are grateful for today is the companies that are offering food, because a lot of people's food is spoiled, and just getting by a meal, that's been a super helpful resource. We were over at Luigi's Pizza and Pasta. They were handing out free pizzas for folks. And we interviewed a family that said this is helping them get through the day. Super grateful to have businesses and restaurants like that stepping up in this time. But it's really hard to say where you start, right? Because I think right now the biggest challenge is the power, but then it's just a domino effect from there. So a long road ahead for people who live here in Menasha, but a lot of people stepping up in that time of need.
Power, yeah, super essential. It's kind of a good place that the city should be focusing on and starting on. Christina, as far as travel goes, I know this is your second day. Roads any clearer now, or are you still running into those challenges as you're trying to get into these hard-hit areas?
So the street we're on here on Broad Street, this one is more cleared in the physical road, but the sidewalks are not clear at all. You can see some cars here traveling through, but want to remind folks who are watching, people who are working in Menasha, they're asking people to stay away so that they can get their work done, and also for safety reasons, right? There's a lot of debris, power lines still on some streets, so it depends where you go. This street looks pretty clear compared to some streets we saw yesterday, but then there are some areas where we've seen We Energies and utility companies working to move the power lines out of the street. So again, depends on which street you turn on. This one, cars are able to travel a little bit more clearly today.
It is, I guess the silver lining in all of this, as you had mentioned, the community coming together here. You were saying people leaving bottles of water on doorsteps. So looking forward to your report coming up on our early and evening newscast about the recovery efforts happening there. Christina, thanks so much for joining us. Give you another shot. This is from our Fox 6 truck out there, just showing a little bit of the damage there, because we do have multiple angles that we can show you, just showing the downed trees and everything. As Christina mentioned, bottled water being so essential right now because that boil water advisory is still in effect right now for Village of Harrison residents served by the Village of Fox Crossing Water Utility. Other things that are still happening right now that the city of Menasha wants people to know about is that donations are needed. They're asking people to bring the items, coolers, ice, or heavy-duty trash bags to the Winnebago County Fox Cities campus. That's at 1478 Midway Road in Menasha. They are saying please do not bring clothing donations to the location, but those rather can be taken to Community Clothes Closet. Other places for donations that are available are Mill City Church, St. Joe's Food Pantry, and Elks Lodge and St. Patrick's, all in the Menasha area. So be sure to, if you want to help out, those are the locations. We have all of this information on our website, fox6now.com. Again, as I was talking to Christina, that travel advisory is still in place. Residents are strongly encouraged to shelter in place and avoid traveling into the city of Menasha unless absolutely necessary. And as we were seeing firsthand with Christina Schott there just about how the roads still need to be cleared. A lot of down power lines. This can be very dangerous right now. As far as food and water resources go, again, the police department is pushing the Piggly Wiggly, the Winnebago County Fox Cities campus, Diablo's, Luigi's Pizza and Pasta, which is where Christina said that she was earlier, Firewise Barbecue Food Truck, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Appleton and Neenah, Waverly Beach Bar and Grill, Bedrock Coffee Roasters, Fleet Farm offices in Appleton, where there's also water available. And then if you need cleanup assistance for fallen tree and debris removal, temporary roof tarping, flooded home cleanup, you can call 833-747-1234. I'm going to say it one more time, 833-747-1234. We have all of this information on our website. And if you do want to volunteer, you can register through Volunteer Fox Cities at www.volunteerfoxcities.org/2026-storms. So we have all this information again on our website, fox6now.com. I know that was a mouthful here, but great to see that the community is rallying around one another as they assess this damage. Again, EF3 tornado that rolled through, now day 2 of cleanup here out in Menasha. Going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Remember, you can tap into the conversation live as we are on the air right now. Just go right here, fox6now.com/connect, or you can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. We want to hear from you. You can leave us a comment or a question for a chance to be featured right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Get ready for football season. Packers training camp just started today. Tim Van Voren live out in Green Bay for us. Tim, I know practice started this morning. Kind of set the scene for us about how it all went down.
Well, nice to join you on a very nice day in Green Bay, Maddie. I am just down the street from Lambeau Field, the Ashwaubenon water tower behind me. But as you can see, like everything, green and gold, right? The Ashwaubenon Jaguars are green and gold. It's all green and gold up here in Green Bay today. A beautiful day for Packers training camp. Large turnout for fans. That's a big part of training camp. You know, the fans interacting with the players. Brian Gutekunst, the team general manager, Matt LaFleur, the team head coach, speaking with the media today before practice. Both asked, you know, what type of team do you have? LaFleur says, I don't even worry about that stuff. I'm just trying to get better, get this team better week after week. LaFleur, with that answer, Brian Gutekunst says, you know, we've got all kinds of individual talent. Teams win. I think we have enough individual talent to come together as a team and go for it all. So, you know, this is a team with high expectations as usual, Maddie. It's another season of optimism. That was definitely the vibe you had today. Even the injured players were around the team and hanging out, Micah Parsons, Tucker Kraft, et cetera. So a lot of people feeling good as we get things going.
Any surprises there when the actual practice got underway of people you were seeing or players getting those reps, or pretty standard from what you were expecting?
I'm going to go with pretty standard for what we expected this time of year, Maddie. You know, we kind of have known who is going to be on the various reserve lists to start the season. So everything pretty much played out that way. We did have the opportunity to talk to Tucker Kraft, for instance. We haven't caught up with him in a while. The tight end who was injured last season. He's one of the best tight ends in the league. He's probably getting a contract extension before this season starts, and he should hopefully be out there to start the regular season. At least that's the timetable he presented. And you know, Tucker Kraft's a great communicator, Maddie. And I asked him specifically, "Hey, are you a patient man?" And his response was, "You can't microwave success." I mean, I love talking to Tucker Kraft. So, you know, you get the perspective for some of these guys who are just chomping at the bit to get back out on the practice field and or to speak with the media and get their message back out there.
I love you can't microwave success. Got to let it cook.
Yeah.
Got to let it cook. That's awesome. I know a lot of energy from the players, but also from the fans today. Kind of talk about the events with the kiddos and the bikes that we were talking about a little bit in the break.
Yeah, Packers tradition for sure. You know, for just to set the stage for people, if you're familiar with Green Bay up at Lambeau Field, that's where the Packers do dress out and work out and eat during training camp. Some teams go to an off-site location. The Packers don't do that. They maintain their regular training base, their regular locker room, et cetera. So then they go down to the practice field, which is the Ray Nitschke field, for training camp, a little bit farther away, I should say, than the regular season practice field. And so kids wait outside Lambeau Field, and they offer their bikes to players to ride down to practice to save their legs, save their energy, Maddie. And then they'll be waiting for them afterwards, and they'll give them the ride, the bike ride back up. It's a cute deal. It's been a part of Green Bay Packers training camp for many, many years. And, you know, can't help but be nostalgic. And I think you used the word wholesome when you were chatting about it during the break. And one of the new players this year, Sky Moore, he's a returner. He's been in the league several years, but this is his first year with the Packers. And he said, I didn't really know what to do. I asked my gal Emma, and I said, oh, so she was the veteran? She was the veteran for the bike ride. So, you know, guys are really having a lot of fun with it, particularly the first day of camp, you know. So we get a little deeper into camp, maybe pressures start to ramp up a little bit, but day one, lots of fun.
Yeah, and what a great way to start it off, too, I feel like, with that tradition. As far as energy goes on the field, would you say there's a new energy this year for the team? I mean, you lose to your biggest rival twice at the end of last season. Do they want to start fresh? What's kind of the mindset heading into this?
Well, they're largely running it back in terms of the offense and the roster. You know, Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, Micah Parsons, Xavier McKinney, Edgerrin Cooper, you name it, he's back. Matt LaFleur, Brian Gutekunst, you name it, he's back. So there's a return from what the Packers did that got them into a good position by November of last season, one of the best teams in the league, one of the best records in the league. Unfortunately, that same team lost its last 5 games, had a lot of injuries at the tail end of last season, but it's still the same group, same coach, same general manager, et cetera. So do they want to start fresh? In one way, yes. Do they want to build upon what they did for the bulk of last season? At the same time, that's true. So it's an interesting vibe this year in Green Bay.
How about Coach LaFleur? Would you say he has some sort of intensity about him? Or, I mean, is it just standard procedure as usual?
He said today, he told the team this is as excited as he's ever been as the coach of the Packers getting into this season. Now, David Bakhtiari, a longtime offensive lineman here, responded to that on social media saying, are you sure? So, maybe it's a little recency bias, but Matt LaFleur saying, for the record, he's as excited this year as he's been any season here in Green Bay, and he's eager to get out there. He's done this before. His dad was a longtime college coach. His brother, Mike LaFleur, is now a head coach in the NFL. This is a football family. They know you have to win the games that matter. The Packers didn't do that at the tail end of this last season. This is no surprise to Matt LaFleur, okay? To think that his head is in the sand about that would be inaccurate, but he also feels they were in position to win those games. They were in position to get into the playoffs. They were in position to advance in the playoffs, and he wants that to be in position while then allowing the team to add to that and finish those games this season. Easier said than done for sure, but he has a belief that they can.
Yeah, good way to look at it there heading into the season. I know day one's done. What can we expect in Green Bay for the rest of the week?
Yeah, another practice tomorrow, another practice Friday. So if fans want to come up from Milwaukee, they can. This is all free and open to the public. Not every team allows you to do that. Some teams that require you to get tickets. Even if it's free, you have to get tickets. Last year, for instance, we were in Indianapolis with the Packers for joint practices. You had to get a ticket if you were a Colts fan, which means you're giving up all your data, Maddie. So the Packers don't make you do that. You can come on up here, drive on up, watch the practice, get into the scrum there with the kids and the bikes and the autographs, etc. So Thursday and Friday, a mandatory day off on Saturday. Once you've practiced 3 days, they take a day off. Then they'll be back out here again on Sunday. And a week from Friday is Packers family night. So everything starts to get rolling pretty quickly.
And Tim, you are no stranger to Green Bay, Titletown area. You're up there a lot. Any secret intel on where to maybe go for food for fans who might be wanting to come up this season?
Is this a 3-hour segment, Maddie? We have been coming up here so many years. Many years ago, way before you were into this, I don't know, you'll have to maybe look deep in the archives. We did a little restaurant series, a different restaurant every week. We went, the photographers and I, it was a big challenge. You'd wonder how many different restaurants you could go to in Green Bay, Wisconsin on a Wednesday between practice and locker room access, a tight window. And we were up over 100, Maddie. We were at like 150 different restaurants.
Wow.
So I'm sorry to say that I have too much information, TMI, when it comes to that category.
I am going to have to look for this now because I am so curious. Tim, thanks so much for joining us. Looking forward to your reports the rest of the week here. Going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I am going to look for that video because that sounds amazing. And Tim Van Voren, I trust his judgment with sports, but also curious to see his opinions on some of the food places. So super exciting. Seems like great energy after day one wrapped up for training camp for the Packers. Give you a live look right now. Training camp field. Tim will be back there. He's got reports coming up on Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6. And then, of course, will be joining us tomorrow for the second day of practice. Going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Remember, tap in, leave a comment right here. I'm putting this up on your screen right now. You can connect with us, top right hand of your screen, scan that QR code or go to fox6now.com/connect. You can leave a comment or a question for me or maybe for Tim, and we'll bring it to you live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Just about 2:30 here on your Wednesday afternoon. Going to take you out right now to D.C., where President Trump is answering questions in the Oval Office from reporters. Ted Perry's got you for the next hour, and then you'll have me back at 3:30. Thanks for being with me here. Stay tuned.
In the DMV, why would you say that you're so focused on transforming the Washington region right now?
Well, this is an important one. You know, this is travel. So in terms of the importance, I think the Arc is going to be incredible. I think the protected ballroom and military center that we're building at the White House is going to be unbelievable. It's very important. But, you know, this is the airport. This is sort of the lifeblood of a city or a capital, certainly a capital. And this will go from one of the worst, just like Washington. Washington was one of the worst places in this country, and now it's one of the best. You couldn't get into a restaurant because all the restaurants were closing or closed. They were afraid to have it open. Now you can't, if you're a restaurateur, you can't even find space to have a restaurant. The restaurants are booming. So, you know, it's a great thrill. And by the way, if you look, Washington is clean, it's safe. People walk to work. Every day a young man or a young woman comes up and says, "Thank you, sir. I know exactly what he's talking about." They couldn't, they were afraid to walk to work. Now they literally walk to the White House. Washington is now a beautiful and clean. We got rid of the graffiti. 78 monuments and different things have been cleaned. They were strewn with graffiti. We had 28 fountains that not one of them worked. For years, for decades, they haven't worked. They're all up in service, and nobody's seen anything like it. We have a clean, we're changing all the grass in all the parks. That's going to be changed very shortly. The parks are, because the grass is very, you know, grass is like human beings. Grass is a life also. And we're changing, we're raking, cleaning, and changing all of the parks. We don't have people, we don't have the tents anymore. We don't have all the barbed wire up. We don't have the wire up. Washington's become a beautiful city. It's become a hot city. But, you know, even more importantly, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, just a point of clarity on the airport. No federal funding will be required. What did you mean when you said Congress may need to approve?
So it's going to be bonded for $22.5 billion. United is going to partake in part of the payment, but the airlines who participate in the project are going to pay for it. If I can just make one point of clarification.
Yeah,
we have some permitting we have to do, but we think in the spring, this is both Concourse A. We think we can start construction in the spring of next year. So we're trying to move at the speed of President Trump. It's never fast enough, but we're going as quickly as possible so we can give a deliverable to the American people.
And the other thing Sean's doing, which I think is so important, maybe more important, I don't know if it can be more important than this, but he's working on air traffic control. We have an obsolete system. It's 50 years old. You saw the helicopter crash a year ago into a plane. That was a disaster. And things like that would never happen. Bells would have gone off in 4 or 5 minutes before it happened. You would have heard the bells and whistles would have gone off. And a thing like that couldn't have happened if you had proper air control. So what's happened is we are working very hard on getting the finest in the country now, in the world. We've examined the systems of almost every good country in terms of air traffic control all over the world. And we have the best people working on it in the world. And it'll make, I mean, so often you'll see somebody even bunking into each other at an airport. But where planes come too close, where planes, in the case of the helicopter the helicopter hits the plane, we are working on air traffic control to redo the entire system, including the new towers, because the towers are obsolete. You know, you don't think of it. You see a tower and it looks fine. You go into those towers, they're literally falling down. So we're talking about new towers and all new air traffic control, which will give us the safest anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, why do you think Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment so many times today when he has the pardon? And what was stopping him from just giving an honest testimony this morning?
Well, look, I've never been a big fan of Fauci. Why he did that was very simple. His lawyer told him to. You know, I don't know if he would have been better off not doing it. There were a lot of questions that I guess he could have answered, and some maybe he didn't feel comfortable in answering, but his lawyer told him to do that.
Prime Minister Andy Burnham hasn't mentioned publicly migration at all
since he's gone into number 10. Did you discuss it with him?
I did, briefly. He's going to have to mention it because it's killing your country.
Mr. President,
Killing you.
he won't talk to GBUs.
He's killing your country.
He won't talk to him.
And not him. I mean, we'll have to see. I know Starmer did very little about it. And they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from South America. They're coming from different parts of Asia. And they're invading Europe. I mean, they're invading Europe. It's an invasion. And the UK is a prime suspect.
On Todd Blanche, Senator John Cornyn of Texas has been hesitant to back the confirmation. It seems to be some sort of deal that he's talking about. What is your reaction to his hesitancy?
Well, all I can say is Todd Blanche is outstanding. And I thought it was pretty routine because he's so good. You just wouldn't find a better person. So I don't know, maybe John Cornyn's upset with me because I didn't endorse him. I don't know what it is, but I haven't heard that there's a problem. I heard he's going through quite nicely.
And do you think Senate Majority Leader John Thune, after the comments you heard regarding Save America and some other stuff, do you think he's still the man for the job?
Well, we're going to find out, and I'll let you know.
Mr. President, beautiful service yesterday for Senator Graham, beautiful eulogy that you delivered. As far as Senator Darlene Graham is concerned, based upon your conversations, is she going to focus primarily on foreign affairs like her brother, or will she focus more on domestic issues?
I think domestic, really. I've spoken to her a lot, and she's much more focused on domestic, including costs and pricing. I think she'll be outstanding.
President Jay Clayton, he was just confirmed by the Senate. Would you like to see him continue with Bill Pulte's work at exposing election interference in 2020?
Sure he will. Bill did a great job, and Jay has just been confirmed. And he's outstanding. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for many years, and he's very outstanding. And I think he's going to do a fantastic job. And Bill was great. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in light of advanced ChatGPT AI models escaping their lab and conducting cyber attacks, are you considering stronger controls on AI, and would you consider negotiating regulations?
We're looking at AI. We're looking at controls. We're also making sure.
Hi, everybody. Ted Perry with you in the wild desk, the Wisconsin live desk with you at 2:36, 77 degrees. Beautiful day out there. I'm going to get you right to a different news conference. We'll go from the White House to Milwaukee. This is aldermen talking about street closure.
There's a 72-hour requirement for We Energies or for the city to contact local businesses and residents. Hey, this road's going to be closed the day after tomorrow. Please make accommodations. Here's the detour route. Hey, transit, your buses are going to have to run on a modified schedule because you're going to have disruption in service. Please let your passengers know. There are a lot of things that happen when that 72-hour time period is enacted. And that did not happen here. It hasn't happened, frankly, numerous times, not just in the 8th Aldermanic District, and also not just from We Energies, but other utility projects and construction projects have arbitrarily closed roads on the south side with no notice all summer long. Well, we're legislators. So the fine, if you do close a road without the proper city permit, the fine is twice the permit cost. Permit's about $175, so let's call it $350 fine per day that the road is closed without city approval or city authorization. $350 for disrupting the lives of thousands of residents and frankly neighbors. West Milwaukee's across the street. West Allis is down the road. All of these neighbors are impacted by this unilateral decision from a company to close access in our community. Community roads are not here for utilities. Community roads are here to connect our residents, connect them with resources, with libraries, with their jobs, with their schools, with each other. When you don't follow the rules, bad things happen, and they've happened right here. So, we're legislators. We don't get to stop a road project. We don't get to point our finger at a utility company. We can hold departments accountable, but DPW, frankly, is going above and beyond without any kind of notice to come up with a traffic safety plan. And that's exactly what happened here yesterday, where DPW worked with the utility to find a traffic plan and give proper notice for this project to happen expeditiously. And that plan was to close the road starting on Thursday. And to our surprise, to DPW's surprise, to neighbors, probably they're not surprised anymore, the road was closed again today without notice, without notification, without the proper city permit. I just came back from talking with the crew. The crew chief told me, well, my boss told me to go ahead with the project and move forward. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and move forward with my legislative agenda together with Alderperson Jocasta Zamaripa. We are putting together 2 separate city ordinance updates that will hold utilities and construction companies accountable for disrupting the lives of our residents. My file number 260554, is under review with the City Attorney's Office. That'll start tomorrow, and it'll be brought forward in the September legislative cycle. But that will change the fine from about $350 to changing the fine for closing a city road without a permit to $1,000 per lane per hour. And maybe that'll get We Energy's attention.
Sorry to jump around on you folks, but we're going to go to Attorney General Josh Kaul now. Listen in on his announcement about a new crime lab.
Just mentioned who you'll be hearing from. I'm also joined by some of our senior leadership team at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, so thank you all for being here. We are here today to talk about a major milestone and really the culmination of a multi-year process in building and getting online a new crime lab here in southeastern Wisconsin. This lab achieved accreditation earlier this month from the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. Yes, national is in that name twice. The accreditation of this new lab marks, like I said, a significant milestone in a long-standing effort, which is a modern new home for the crime lab. This lab, which is now open for processing evidence, reflects a major investment in public safety, and it's going to help propel Wisconsin into a new era of forensic sciences. Some of you may have been to the prior crime lab. What you have seen today is a significant upgrade and enhancement in space and in the facility that's available, and that's going to serve Wisconsin and forensic sciences for years to come. What we have now is a facility that will help keep the Division of Forensic Sciences on the cutting edge of scientific advancement. That's going to help ensure that there is adequate space for crime lab employees to create and maintain efficient workflows, examine evidence, and integrate the latest in forensic science. The lab exists because there are many folks in our Division of Forensic Sciences from across the state who collaborated on the design of this lab and managed the transfer of equipment and evidence during the move. Setting up a crime lab facility is not an easy process. In addition to the complications that go into ensuring that the requisite conditions are met for rigorous testing of evidence, there's also the process of ensuring that the lab will be well situated for growth in the future. With the prior lab, we were at a point where we had folks literally working in the hallways, and this significantly updates the capacity of the labs. I want to thank Governor Evers and the Evers administration for their work in connection with this project as well as the many people at the Department of Justice beyond the crime lab who worked to make this new lab a reality. For those who are not familiar with the labs, the Wisconsin State Crime Labs primarily test evidence in felony cases. Our forensic scientists, technicians, evidence specialists, and crime scene response professionals provide scientific testing and impartial forensic analysis that law enforcement and prosecutors across the state rely on in enforcing our criminal laws. There are more than 60 members of Division of Forensic Sciences staff who will be working out of this new lab. They've moved from the old lab in Milwaukee to this new facility. And the units that they work in include controlled substances, toxicology, trace evidence, DNA casework, firearms and tool marks, latent print and footwear, forensic imaging, and crime scene response. In addition to making it easier for folks to do their jobs day in and day out so that they have the space they need and allowing for growth, we believe that this new facility will help recruit and retain the highest standard of talent that Wisconsin needs to keep doing the important work of forensic science. The new lab, as you saw as you came in here, is housed within the same facility as some other important agencies. The new Forensic Science and Protective Medicine facility alongside the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, which will be moving in soon, and the Milwaukee County Office of Emergency Management. And of course, we're located near the Medical College of Wisconsin. In addition to the benefits directly relating to being in this facility, the close proximity of this lab to those institutions is going to help expand partnerships and training opportunities, such as the Division of Forensic Sciences hosting of forensic pathology fellows from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. And it's going to increase efficiencies, and in the event that there is a tragic mass casualty event, it will aid in coordination so that a response can be handled as efficiently as possible. Now, a critical component of public safety in this state depends on evidence being processed accurately and efficiently. The accreditation of this lab means that we can do that better. And I think this lab opening up and being available is part of a broader pattern of what we have seen from the labs over years, which is ensuring that they are taking significant steps forward to remain on the cutting edge of forensic sciences. And whether that is adopting probabilistic genotyping for DNA analysis or bringing online new toxicology technology that allows for substances to be detected at lower concentrations, the important work of continuing to keep our labs on the cutting edge continues. And so I want to thank everybody who is part of this. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Nikki Ream, the division of the administrator of the Division of Forensic Sciences at DOJ.
Thank you, AJ Call. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We are very excited to have you all here today to celebrate the accreditation of the new Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, Milwaukee. I'm here representing the amazing staff across the Division of Forensic Sciences in the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratories, of which were necessary to get this facility online successfully. It was an amazing collaborative effort that required staff across the entire state of Wisconsin to make this happen. We now have a facility that no longer limits the advancement of forensic science in Wisconsin, as we now have adequate infrastructure in the Milwaukee area to meet the ever-evolving field of forensic science. For example, we now have adequate space and utilities for instrumentation in each of our analytical units. Additionally, this facility now allows for more effective workflow practices. This beautiful building is a beacon for forensic science nationwide, and we plan to use it as a strong recruitment and retention tool for years to come. Thank you. With that, I'm going to hand it off to DA Kent Laverne.
Well, thank you, Nikki, and thanks for your work on this, and thanks, Attorney General Call, for your leadership on this, and to all at DOJ who made this possible. This has been a long time in the making, and it's essential for our community to have a significant upgrade in the technology and the resources available to process important evidence. Because we live in a day and age now where we hope to find as much scientific evidence as possible, and we also know that, frankly, jurors and the public expect there to be scientific evidence, even when there may not be that. But we know that there are increasing availability and ability for scientific evidence to become available for us to use in court. And that's so important because we know that more evidence helps ensure greater confidence that those truly responsible for criminal behavior are held accountable. We want to hold the right people accountable for the bad behavior that happens in our community, and scientific evidence is a big part of making that possible. This new facility will be able to meet the demands of the emerging technologies we see now in the world in which we live, and the space now created here will also allow for more scientists to eventually populate this space, and that's important to keep in mind as we think about meeting the increasing demand. As we all talked about in our system in Milwaukee, we have a number of felony cases charged each and every year. We have a backlog that's developed through the pandemic, and some of that is due to the need to continue to invest in our public safety system, not only in Milwaukee County, but statewide. So I'm very grateful to the state for its investment in this facility and all that it promises to deliver to the people in Milwaukee County. And my ask will be in the upcoming budget that this state continues to invest in public safety in all parts of the spectrum, including in the science-based areas that we need to process evidence. That'll make our community safer, it'll make our justice system fairer, and it'll make things move along more smoothly. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Wauwatosa Police Chief Jim McGillis. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General Call, for the invitation to speak today. The Wisconsin State Crime Lab has long been an essential partner of law enforcement and to the criminal justice system across our state. This new facility, featuring significant technology upgrades and modernized workflows, will deliver major benefits to southeastern Wisconsin and selfishly to the city of Wauwatosa, being co-located here. Over the past several months, I, members of my command staff, and colleagues from numerous law enforcement agencies have toured the new lab while it was under construction. And what stood out was the thoughtful design, the layout, the integrated workflows, along with the co-location of both the medical examiner's office and the Milwaukee County Office of Emergency Management. Having these critical functions together right here in Wauwatosa will enhance public safety and strengthen the pursuit of justice. Officers and detectives, regardless of agency, will continue to count on the professional work of our partners at the State Crime Lab. Through our continued collaboration, they can build solid criminal cases that hold those suspects accountable for those acts, and importantly, to bring justice to those who experience the pain and suffering from those criminal acts. This facility represents a major step forward in our shared mission. We are grateful for the partnership and investment that made it possible, and we look forward to the continued collaboration it will support. I'm going to turn it back over now to Attorney General Call.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Two last things I just want to mention before I open this up for question. Actually, three things. First, you heard from the DA, you heard from the local police chief here. Effective law enforcement requires collaboration across a number of dimensions, both across federal, state, and local partners, and across different fields, whether it's law enforcement, prosecution, crime lab analysis. What you see represented by the folks here is a representation of the importance of that collaboration in keeping our communities safe. So I want to thank you both for being here to talk about the importance of the justice system as a whole as we work to keep communities safe. Secondly, this project was a long time in the works. And so when we talk about the significance of this change, just to put this in perspective, Nikki Ream, who has been the director of the State Crime Lab since before I became Attorney General, in her second year in what was then the State Crime Labs, not the Division of Forensic Sciences yet, in her second year had meetings about the need to upgrade the crime labs. That was in 2008. So this effort has been a long time in the process, and I'm really glad that we have been able to not only have this building built, but have the lab accredited and up and running. And then third, there are a lot of folks here who were directly involved in this process, and so I want to say thank you to all of you for all of the hard work that went into this, going back at least to 2008. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for your work on this, and I'm so glad we've got this facility up and running. And with that, we're happy to open up to questions. I would ask we start with on-topic questions, and if folks have off-topic, I'm happy to take those, but I'll do that after these folks have a chance to clear out up here.
Yeah, I guess I'll get things started. I do have a question about how this would benefit our local police departments here in Milwaukee County. DA, I would also like for you to speak to that as well.
Yeah, well, a couple of things I'll say, and happy to have folks add to this. One is this is a facility that we think is going to be relatively easily accessible for folks, and so we're hoping the process will be efficient. By upgrading the space that we have, we can improve the efficiency of some of our processes. But I actually think you're really going to see the impact of this in the years ahead. And the reason for that is this field continues to evolve, as Nikki mentioned before. And part of the reason the last crime lab was so overcrowded and we had folks working in the hallways is that increasingly there has been a need to rely on forensic evidence, and things have upgraded. The way that DNA analysis is conducted today is different from how it was conducted, say, a decade ago. And as that evolution continues and additional space is needed, we now have a facility that's going to allow the lab to grow into that and to evolve without all the delay that goes into having to deal with a cramped space. So do you want to add to that?
Sure.
Just really how this would benefit the investigations. Obviously, there's a lot going on in our county, specifically with the Milwaukee Police Department. Just how this would, on a greater scale, help you all when it comes to public safety and, again, just the investigations.
Sure. The burden of proof we have in every case is to prove someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And we always want to make sure that we're prosecuting the right person who is truly responsible for a crime, any crime, but especially serious crime. We know now that there are often scientific footprints left around many crime scenes that may not be visible to people who maybe witnessed it, may not be visible even to an officer, except that they know that evidence needs to be collected. So really it's all about corroborating what maybe a witness has happened, what maybe someone else saw happen, and have actual scientific evidence that helps us meet our burden of proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the fundamental crux of our criminal justice system, to make sure that we are being as fair as we can and as just as we can, and bring justice to those who are seriously hurt or injured in our community.
Regarding the Madison police shooting, can you tell us where the investigation stands right now, and when can you release the dash cam video and the name of the officer?
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in on that. Before I do, let me just go through the on-topic questions first, and I'll come back to that question.
That was my next question.
Okay. Anybody else on Crime Lab? All right, let me thank all of you for being here. I'm happy to take these, but thank you all. All right, so the investigation into the officer-involved shooting is ongoing. The way we approach these investigations in any case of this type is to ensure that we are investigating the case as fully and thoroughly as possible. Our goal is to get as comprehensive a picture of what happened as possible, and then to provide that information to the DA, who then ultimately makes a charging decision. In terms of the release of information, our goal is to release information to the public as we can, but our top priority is ensuring that the investigation is conducted with integrity. So the decisions we make are not based on a particular set timeline, but rather where we are in the investigation, and if we are at a point where information can be released, then releasing that information. And so that's the way we approach these in any case, and that's the way we're approaching it here.
The protesters have said they won't stop until someone is at least arrested, one of the officers involved. I guess to follow up on that question, what is the timeline looking like? I know you said it's taking some time to investigate, but what does the timeline look like for you to turn over the findings to the DA's office in Dane County, and also walk us through the process of what exactly is happening now so we can explain that to our audience?
Yeah, so this is an ongoing investigation, and so there's limited information we can reveal about the details of this while it goes on. But what I can say is that with an officer-involved shooting, our goal is to investigate the case expeditiously. But that being said, we won't do that at the cost of not thoroughly and fully investigating a case. And so our investigators who work on these cases gather evidence, and that can include recovering data or information about what may have happened at a scene, could include conducting interviews of witnesses. It often includes gathering information from the scene. And again, as we move forward in that process, it may be that there are times we can release additional information to the public. But again, that's guided by how things go. And in terms of the overall timeline, that's dependent on how long it takes us to gather the evidence. And so we don't set an artificial deadline. Rather, our goal is to have a
Okay,
full
you are listening to Josh Kahl, Wisconsin Attorney General. He is talking, he came to talk about the new crime lab, the $115 million facility, the new Milwaukee Crime Lab, which is being built out on the county grounds with the Medical College of Wisconsin. It's an innovative new crime lab, process evidence much more quickly. Obviously, after that news conference was done, he took questions not related to the new crime lab, and of course, top of the list for reporters there is the investigation into Corey Ruiz's death, who was killed a week ago in Madison by a Madison police officer. He calls Department of Justice, the Department of Criminal Investigation, is leading that investigation. So saying no timeline for the evidence, does not have any leanings one way or another right now, playing that one very close to the vest. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk. We're going to bop back into call? Okay. 1 second, please. All right, hold on. We are going to go back to that news conference and listen to Josh Kahl. Or no, we're not, because that just wrapped up there. So we will take a quick break here. And we'll go back to plan A, which was to go to a quick break here. And when we come back, we're going to talk about a music festival that is a gem. It happens here in Wisconsin, and maybe you've never heard of it. Second.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm Ted Perry on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon, 301, 78 degrees. What a day to be outside. And you know who would love for the next 4 days to be just like that is our next guest. Kim Mothy is with a Mile of Music Festival in Appleton. And Kim, I say I'm still shocked because you're in year 13, which you guys call Mile 13. And I'm still shocked at the number of Wisconsinites who claim to be music lovers who don't know about your festival, but we're going to do our best to change that right now. So give me your elevator pitch on what the Mile of Music is all about.
Oh gosh, well, of course I could talk about it all day, but we are an all original music festival. So what that means is we ask artists to perform their own original music. They actually fill out a pledge when they get here saying that's what they'll perform. So we have 200 artists, 35 venues, all throughout 1 mile of downtown Appleton, and it's completely free to attend.
That's the thing. It is absolutely free. You can go from Lawrence University, which has a beautiful campus, and they have that chapel there, which is just acoustically and visually so beautiful. And you can see like them Cooley Boys. I've seen them in the past in that very venue. And then you just walk down College Avenue, and it's not just bars. You're turning bookstores, I don't know, kayak stores, candle stores. You find a spot for a few chairs and an artist. How did this whole thing come about?
I think, you touched on that it's all different types of venues. It really came about with kind of that venue diversity that we have, just kind of going into spaces and seeing how this could work, and the community just really embraced it. I mean, that's kind of the short story of it, of course, but we've of course expanded since the first year, but just really grateful for how the community has really taken this on, and all the different venues there. Like you said, there's bars, coffee shops, restaurants, parks. I'm sure I'm forgetting some of them too, but that kind of covers most of them.
And what I'm always so impressed with when I'm there is how much Appleton owns this. The volunteers come out and they're so proud, and they'll say, "Where are you from?" "Okay, do you know where this is? Do you know where that is?" And they want to make sure the visitors have a good time. This is Appleton putting on its best face for 4 straight days.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I also coordinate volunteers. So we have about 450 volunteers, not just from the community, but of course, a lot of them are from this area. And it's amazing. We have such a loyal base of volunteers, and people are really willing to help. I just feel like it shows that Midwest hospitality that we all really know and love.
And it's organized. I don't know if you can see what I'm holding up here. I got your app, which is a wonderful app, and it just tells you where. And here's the thing. The sets are like 25 to 45 minutes. They're not all that long. So you can really get, and you stagger them so guests can really get a sampling. Like, I thought this was my cup of tea, but it's not. You go 3 doors down and you go, wow, that is. I need to ask you, though. It's been a tough week in the Fox Valley.
It has,
hit hard. You guys had a severe weather go through, but really Menasha taking the brunt of this.
Might be losing you.
Oh, no. Stay with us. Please stay with us. Can she reboot? Can we get her back up? Okay. What I'm going to do here, we're talking to Kim Mothy from the Mile of Music Festival in Appleton, which starts tomorrow. Is she back with us?
Yep, I might have lost you there.
That's okay. We were talking about the severe weather that came through. Some hit Appleton, Menasha taking the brunt. How does that factor? It starts tomorrow. How does all of this factor in? Is there anything you're doing as an homage to Menasha? Tell me how the weather of this past week has affected what y'all are doing.
Yeah, hopefully I can get this information in too, since it's important. But as of now, we still plan to fully have the festival. We were waiting on a number of venues that didn't have power. That seems to all have been restored thanks to all the hard work of the energy companies locally. It's just devastating, honestly. I haven't gone into Menasha at all because they're asking people to, stay away unless they need to be there. But it's just awful to see happening in our community. And we are doing a number of things. We're working with our local United Way and Community Foundation to make a contribution from the festival. And then, of course, individuals can make contributions as well. So we'll be making an announcement about that. As it relates to actual festival logistics, right now, nothing major is changing in the sense like we can still operate all of our venues as far as we're aware. If that changes, it'll all be on our website, app, and social media.
Gotcha. But I imagine it's been a week where you said, do we have to pivot? How much do we have to pivot? I mean, obviously, there's the sensitivity as to what's going on just a few miles south of you. But there's also that show must go on, and we need electricity to do that. So kind of balancing sensitivity and also, hey, this could be a great outlet and release for people.
And that's kind of what we've been hearing as well, is that, people who have been affected are excited to come down and kind of have a break from what they've been dealing with, which I can completely understand. I've gone through similar things in my own personal life. But I think it will just be a nice time for the community to unite and support people. We do understand that, of course, it might look different for some people. Some people may not be able to attend, but we're still really excited to welcome all these artists to the community and fans to the community. And it's been really heartwarming, too, to see a lot of folks coming from out of town asking, how can I help? How can I volunteer? What can I bring? And so I think it just extends beyond our immediate community.
I think that's great, and it speaks well of music fans, I think, who are coming into town and say, hey, I'm aware of what's happening there, like to help out, here's a few bucks, here's some whatever I can do to help out. What do you love most about it? I know there's so many things to love. One of my favorite things, and I discovered an artist there years ago called Lizzie No, who is a harp player, and I don't know if you remember seeing her at all. And we actually became friends, and she put out a Facebook message after she was done with Appleton. They were moving on to Ohio, but they're like, hey, we need a place to crash. So I put her and her band up in my house for a night,
awesome.
Which was super fun. And it's that closeness to the musicians that you're not going to get, no disrespect to Summerfest. We all love Summerfest. You're not going to get that connection to the artists like you do with Mile of Music.
Yeah, that's wonderful too. We have a number of people in Appleton who do the same exact thing. They kind of befriend people. I've become friends with people over the years. So that of course is a favorite thing. I really have loved the community spirit of it and just people coming together, whether it be artists, volunteers, fans. It's just really cool. I mean, we've heard so many stories of people, meeting each other and ending up getting married or, even just becoming friends. And that it's really cool to just see all of that come together.
And it's your chance to say, I saw this artist when he or she or they were just starting out. Because,
that too.
I saw him in a bookstore with 20 people, and they're getting big now.
Yes.
What I love, it's a quirky, I love this. You take a bus, and you put are you still doing the bus thing?
We're not anymore.
Oh, you're not doing the bus
Unfortunately,
thing.
our transit company wasn't able to make that work this year.
Okay.
But that was definitely a favorite.
It was a
talking
quirky
point
thing
for
where
a long time.
yeah, you'd line up and get on the bus. When the bus was full, the artist would get out and they'd drive around Appleton and they'd do their set there. That was fun.
Yeah.
That was quirky. Anything similar to that, or anything off the beaten path a little bit that we should share?
It's a good question. This year we will have a trolley that it's not serving the same purpose as the bus because the bus was serving as an actual venue. But we will have a trolley that basically goes from the PAC Performing Arts Center downtown to the Lawrence Chapel just to help people get from point A to point B. So that's not necessarily exactly what you're asking, but we just have all sorts of different venues and parks and all of the music education programming. So hoping people will check out all of those things.
So bring sunblock, bring protective
Yes.
clothing, because you can get really sunny up there.
Mhm.
I remember seeing an act a couple of years ago and trying to find space under a pine tree just for some shade.
Yep.
But you're going to be inside, you're going to be outside, you're going to be walking. So bring comfortable shoes, bring a good attitude. And
You got it down.
You mentioned it's free, but you can, if you really love an artist, you can throw a few bucks in their bucket, right?
Yeah, and merchandise is another way that we recommend supporting them. Of course, that's not 100% profit, but a lot of them do have tip jars too, or they'll do kind of like a virtual tip jars becoming really popular. All of the artists do get paid, but of course, any extra support is always great. A lot of them have like Patreon channels and things like that too.
Okay.
We also we have just become a full nonprofit. So if you come up to the festival, you love what you're hearing, we can definitely use the support as well. We know there's a lot of asks happening right now, especially in our community. But
Sure. I'm going to put you on the spot in a question you do not want to answer, but tell me who I cannot miss on Saturday. I know you hate this question because you want to be fair to all the artists.
Boy.
But knowing that I like Lizzie No and I like good acoustic folk music, who do I need to see?
Believe it or not, I don't know the whole schedule by heart, but my top bands, and I don't know if they're performing on Saturday. I'm excited to see the St. Cecilia, Traveling Suitcase, which I actually think they might be Saturday.
Okay.
And then honestly, I don't think you can go wrong just going down to Jones Park or Houdini Plaza or Lawrence Lawn. Those are all a little bit different vibes, but there are outdoor all ages venues too. We have more all ages venues than that, but
I love it. I wish you beautiful weather, and thank you so much for joining the time, and thanks for what you guys do. It's a free music festival, Mile of Music, Appleton, starts tomorrow, go through Sunday. I cannot recommend it enough, folks. Kim Mothy, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, rock on. That is wonderful that she had time to talk to us, and they are going to be doing things for the community of Menasha. There'll be opportunities to donate and do anything you can to help out the people of Menasha who have really taken a beating this week with that tornado. We're going to take a quick break. Then we're talking politics. The Marquette poll, the latest poll, came out today. Craig Gilbert, I'm so excited to talk to him. We're going to do that at the end of the other side of this very short break.
Live Desk.
What a fun day for me on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We get to talk music. We just got done talking about the Mile of Music in Appleton. And then we get to talk politics, which is always fun. And it's really fun in Wisconsin. And it's great when you can have Craig Kilbert, longtime Journal Sentinel reporter, now a Lubar Fellow with Marquette Law School, still writing a column for Journal Sentinel. The poll came out today. Is this going to be the last poll before the election, August 11th?
It'll be the last Marquette poll. I mean, we're seeing private polling and some limited public polling.
What's the headline here? What do you think people need to know about this latest poll? It was put into the field after David Crowley got back into the race.
So I think the headline is that Francesca Hong, the Madison state lawmaker, has a pretty strong and growing grip on the Democratic nomination for governor. I mean, she's expanded her lead. She's the only candidate who's kind of growing her support consistently through the race. She has a really solid political base, which we can talk more about. And then, just as significantly, the rest of the field, the other candidates have really not kind of seized the opportunity in this race to mobilize their own supporters, to define themselves, and to counter her campaign.
I'm seeing you. Can we reset him? Do we need to? No, is he good? Okay, he's back to being good. Sorry, you froze a little bit there, and I want to make sure everybody hears everything you say. So we'll go back to this. Craig.
Oh, hang on a second. Let me just do one little thing.
Okay, sure.
That may help.
Well, now you're perfect.
Okay.
Now you're good. Now you're freezing up. Now you're good again. Okay.
All right.
We'll continue. Does it surprise you that no one else is gaining traction? That it just seems to be Hong increasing her lead. And then last week was a very political week with the shooting in Madison. Some people might have thought, and she was criticized for going to the site of the vigil and saying this is an execution. And I thought that some people might jump on that during the debate last night. Nobody really did. So she's growing. I know there's a 34% undecided out there. Where are they going?
Well, that's the math of this race, is that right now her lead in this poll is large enough that for someone to close the gap, I mean, they would really have to capture almost all of those undecided voters, or, the rest of the field would have to consolidate. I mean, the rest of these voters would have to consolidate about largely behind one other candidate, because she's approaching, she's at 38% if you include the leaners. She's in the mid 40s. I mean, it just takes 50% to win a two-way race, and it usually takes in the high 30s or mid 40s to win a competitive multi-candidate race like this. So she's, knocking on the door. And as you mentioned, her competitors did not really seize the opportunity in that debate to kind of really take her on directly, to kind of make the case about her electability and about some of the stands she's taken, which is a source of concern, obviously, to a lot of Democratic insiders. So it's her path is clear. I think for the others in the race, their path is a lot less clear right now.
She seemed measured in last night's debate, almost to the point of being. I don't want to say dull. I don't want to say boring. That's not a fair description. But more measured than she might have been a week ago at that rally, as if to say, some people might have thought, well, you can't go and stand there and call something an execution when the investigation is still going on. Did it seem to you that she was trying to come back a little more to the middle, although she would never claim to be in the middle?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really interesting to watch going forward. Obviously, if she does end up as the nominee, it's kind of a moment of truth for a lot of candidates. Not everybody has the capacity to sort of grow into a race. Campaigning in a general election is different from campaigning in a Democratic primary. And the fact, for example, that she is a self-described Democratic socialist is not turned out to be much of a handicap in a Democratic primary, but it could be a handicap in a general election. That's the source of a lot of Democratic anxiety. So one of the big variables here is how she grows into the general election campaign. What kind of message does she send to voters outside the Democratic primary electorate? and how does she answer all the attacks that are going to come her way from Republicans in a general election if she's the nominee?
Who are going to go back to her quotes of abolish the Senate, abolish funding for police, defund police. Is this the most fascinating gubernatorial race you've covered in Wisconsin? I know you've covered a lot. Always fun to cover Tommy Thompson. He's always great on the campaign trail. We're setting up for a very interesting dichotomy for voters.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, if she is the nominee, it's going to be one of the most sort of polarized election, matchups we've ever seen in a big Wisconsin campaign, in terms of a candidate, a Republican candidate, Tom Tiffany, who's at the conservative end of the Republican spectrum, and a Democratic candidate in Francesca Hong, who's at the very liberal end of the Democratic spectrum. And so we haven't had, I think, a race where the distance has been quite that great between two gubernatorial candidates in a long time. I've been through some crazy primaries. The craziest primary I always thought that I saw firsthand and covered was back in 1992, which was when Russ Feingold became a U.S. Senator and came out of nowhere in some really bizarre circumstances to win the nomination because he kind of benefited from two rival candidates attacking each other. It was pretty unpredictable, pretty dramatic, pretty unexpected. This is unexpected and dramatic in another way. And so it's going to be not only, I think, interesting for people in Wisconsin to watch, but it'll command a lot of national attention as well.
That was the year Feingold went out to defeat Kasten, who was the incumbent.
Exactly.
And with the whole "no skeletons in my closet" ad campaign, which was considered brilliant at the time. Did you poll Republicans on this one, or is just Tiffany the foregone winner? I know Andy Mansky is in the race, but did this particular poll include the Republican race?
Yeah, this poll was just to sort of add on or follow up to the Democratic primary poll of last week. In that earlier poll, we did poll Republicans. We polled general election voters. We looked at the potential hypothetical matchups between different Democratic candidates and Tom Tiffany. So we do have some information on that. I mean, Francesca Hong did not perform as well in a hypothetical general election matchup against Tiffany as Mandela Barnes did, for example. There wasn't a dramatic difference, but she did not perform as well. It's interesting. Tom Tiffany is, known to some voters, not known to others, but he has not really taken on a lot of fire in this campaign yet. So he kind of remains to be defined for a lot of voters, just as whoever comes out of the Democratic primary is going to take on a lot of fire and remains to be defined for a lot of voters. So there's a lot of action to come.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but from that recent poll where you did poll Republican voters, he wasn't running away with that. I mean, he was clearly front runner 60-something, but there were double-digit undecided voters in a race between him and a relatively unknown person in Andy Mansky.
Yeah.
Is that a concern for the Tiffany camp?
It's not super impressive, but I don't know how big a concern it is in the end. I think, the bigger question is just, what kind of a general election candidate does Tom Tiffany turn out to be? We've been asking that question about Francesca Hong. I mean, Tom Tiffany is not only pretty conservative, he's also, a candidate from the northern half of Wisconsin, which is typically not where, our general election candidates come out of. So there's going to be questions about his ability to appeal in the Republican suburbs in southern Wisconsin. There's going to be questions about the political environment, which is very negative toward Donald Trump right now. His popularity has been in steady decline. And what's the effect of that on Republican candidates like Tom Tiffany? So big questions on both sides heading into November.
I don't know if you've polled it. I haven't seen polling information, but one race that fascinates me is to replace Tom Tiffany in the 9th Congressional District. And one of the candidates who is getting traction or seems to have traction is Michael Alfonso, the son-in-law of Sean Duffy, at just 24, 25 years old. Does that race fascinate you at all?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I honestly don't know what's going to happen in that race. I haven't seen much polling on it. Again, it's one of those races where Donald Trump's endorsement is a factor. Otherwise, I think, the candidate you mentioned might not be seen as the strongest, most viable contender, just given his age and his relative lack of political experience. That Trump support goes a long way in Republican Party politics these days, but that is going to be interesting to watch.
I go back to 22, I guess it was, when you had 3 people running for the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate to take on Ron Johnson, including Alex Lasry, and the woman now running for lieutenant governor, whose name escapes me, but I'm sure you know it. Godleski, right? They dropped out. Yeah, they all dropped out and kind of gave the pathway to Mandela Barnes, which I think angered a lot of voters who said, give me a chance. Give me a chance to go to the polls, stay in it until then. Do you see any of the 5 candidates dropping out and coalescing behind Francesca Hung, or is everyone going to run through the tape on this one?
Well, again, for some of these candidates, it's really hard to see what their path forward is. I mean, 2 of the candidates in this poll were at 2%, Kelda Royce and Joe Brennan. And so, what is their path forward? They're going to have to decide whether they have one and whether to stay in the race. It's been kind of a dream scenario for Francesca Hong, the way that the other candidates in the field have kind of fragmented the rest of the vote. There's still, like we said, a lot of undecided candidates. I mean, you mentioned that 2022 Senate primary where Mandela Barnes, kind of coasted, and nobody wanted to sort of attack him frontally in that race, none of the other Democrats, and they ended up dropping out and clearing the field for him. And he ended up winning that in a rout, but losing the general election. I guess the one parallel here is that so far we haven't seen Francesca Hong's rival Democratic candidates really take her on in an explicit and direct way. That is a parallel, I think, with the 2022 race, and that might be a source of concern for some Democrats too, in terms of whether she is really being tested in this primary in a way that's, more relevant to the general election.
It's going to be interesting to see them all work in the milk barn out at State Fair, which starts August 6th, and trying to shake hands out there as they're trying to get all the support running up until August 11th. Craig Kilbert, Lubar Fellow, MU Law School, longtime JS political reporter. I could talk to you all day, but my shift ends at 3:30 here. So thank you so much for your time and your insight. We very much appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, cheers. All right, that was fun. Talking music, talking politics. What a good afternoon for me here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Going to take a very quick break, and then we're going to come back and wrap things up on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. You are watching the Wisconsin Live Desk on Fox Live.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Real interesting talking to Craig Kilbert about Wisconsin politics and the gubernatorial race. And one of the issues that has come up, a lot came up in the debate last night and probably will again, these AI data centers that are being built across the state, across the country. What do they mean for the environment? What do they mean for the price of this energy that they are generating? They take a lot of energy to get these data places to work. And Congress is talking about that too. I want to take you now to a Senate committee hearing on the use of AI, and let's just listen in.
You know, to change things. I mean, we need to be aware. If I had been aware that my daughter's voice could possibly be an AI clone, I would have responded differently, but I did not know. So I think we need, education is key. Is key, and awareness is key.
Just think about, we're just now beginning AI. Just think of how much more they're going to be able to fool people, and it's going to get worse and worse. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this hearing. As I think all of us know, AI has a very real potential of changing everything about our lives. It's changing how we work, how we make decisions, how entire industries are operating, reshaping our economy, energy systems, national security. It's affecting people's daily lives. And while it brings enormous opportunity, it also introduces risk that demands some serious oversight. And that's why we're here today. Over the past year, I've been thinking a lot about how we make AI work for all Americans, not just a few big companies. And that's what led me last year to put out a roadmap called AI for America. And the ideas behind the roadmap are pretty simple. And that is, if AI is going to transform our economy, we need to have a real plan to make sure Americans aren't left behind, and that the technology is developed and used responsibly. And here's the thing, these systems are evolving very quickly, even just quickly in the last few weeks. And there's a lot that we don't know, and there's a lot that the developers themselves don't know about what some of these products are capable of. Older Americans need to be included in this conversation and not treated as just some afterthought as these products are developed and deployed. About 1 in 5 Arizonans in my state are over the age of 65. And when I hear from seniors in my state, they tell me they're concerned about what is real and what isn't real. Ms. Del Mastro, you certainly have experienced that, and I'm so sorry for what happened to you and your family. Seniors are seeing more convincing phishing scams and AI-generated scams and other forms of online fraud. And sometimes people don't know if they're talking to a bot or a real person. Just yesterday, I was on the phone with my cable.
Guess who's back? Hey guys, Maddie Stelk here, taking you through the next half hour right now, listening to a Senate committee hearing about artificial intelligence. But we are going to step away from that for just a moment here, because a new Marquette law school poll just dropped regarding the candidates running for governor, the Democrats rather, especially after, you know, there's been a lot of turmoil or drama rather, Sarah Rodriguez dropping out, David Crowley re-entering the race. So a lot to get into. Jason Calvi standing by in the newsroom to crunch those numbers. We'll have those when we get back. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
It has been busy, to say the least, in the world of Wisconsin politics. We're now less than 2 weeks away from that primary election, and we just heard from the candidates for running for governor on the Democratic side yesterday during a debate. Our Jason Calvi covered that. And then we got new numbers from a new Marquette Law School poll that dropped earlier this morning. I'm going to bring in Jason right now just to kind of break down what we know now.
Yeah, Maddie, it looks like Francesca Hong again growing her lead, at least according to the Marquette poll. But we've also seen other polling as well in recent weeks that have shown Francesca Hong leading the Democratic field. Here you can see what the latest Marquette poll found, released this morning at 11. It sees Francesca Hong leading the Democratic field for the Democratic nomination for governor. You can see, though she's at 38%, then if you see at the bottom of your screen there, 34% of Democratic voters say they're still undecided on which one of these candidates they want to pick. So let's look at it again. Francesca Hong at 38%, Mandela Barnes at 16%, David Crowley at 7%, Joel Brennan at 2%, and Kelda Royce at 2%, with 34% still undecided. So got to keep your eyes on the undecided, because that's going to decide who wins this nomination. People are already early voting. Tens of thousands of ballots have already been returned to clerks across the state, and early voting in person has already begun across the entire state as well.
So, Jason, when we're looking at these numbers here, for people who might not be familiar with the Marquette Law School polling, how accurate is this for the entire state of Wisconsin? Have numbers like this held true in the past when going into a primary like this?
I think, it's seen as the gold standard of polling in Wisconsin. So they're based in the state. They do this month after month after month. So they are seen by national entities as well as one of the top pollsters in the entire country. So when you look at rating systems, people rate different pollsters about how well they've done with elections, and Marquette again and again is seen as one of the top pollsters in the entire country. Now, critics of the poll will say they did get some races wrong. For example, most famously 2016, showing Hillary Clinton winning the state ahead of the election. As the pollster, Charles Franklin, always says again and again, polls don't vote, people vote. So this is the last Marquette poll before primary day, August 11th, showing Francesca Hong with a sizable lead amongst her Democratic competitors. But it's not the poll that's going to vote. It's people watching right here on Fox Local and across the entire state who are going to decide which one of these Democrats wins the nomination.
That's why we call it You Decide 2026. Super important to get out there and cast your vote come the primary in just a couple weeks now. Jason, I know we heard from the candidates yesterday, and you got a chance to speak with Francesca Hong afterwards, who is leading according to this poll.
Yeah, and that was what was really surprising about the debate last night was poll after poll is showing Francesca Hong ahead. So if you're one of these candidates that's in single digits and she's out ahead with potentially 35, 38% of the Democratic electorate saying they back her, if you're one of these candidates in single digits, would you use that debate opportunity to really hammer, to maybe even team up on Francesca Hong and poke holes in her various policy proposals? We didn't see that last night in the debate. It was actually the biggest surprise I had watching that debate in person last night at Marquette University, why the other opponents of her were not teaming up to potentially poke holes in her. Seeing her right now, very honestly, she is the front runner of this Democratic pack.
Yeah, and we actually have some of that Q&A that you had with her. Can you kind of set it up for us, and then we'll go ahead and listen to it?
So one of the big questions that you're hearing people ask is Francesca Hong's previous tweets, her posts on the platform that used to be called Twitter, now it's called X. Several times on that platform, she said she called for defunding the police. And so that was after the death of George Floyd and a lot of calls that you were seeing across the whole country back then in 2020 for defunding the police. So that was playing out in 2020. She did post several times on the X platform, defund the police. She also voted against a bill. It came before the assembly. She's a member of the state assembly. She voted against a bill that would call for stripping away some state funding from local governments that do reduce funding for police. So pretty much if a local government takes money away from the police, this bill would have called for the state to then take an equal amount of the money away from the municipality. So it's almost like if you defund the police, the state's going to defund you. That's what that bill would have done. Francesca Hong voted against that bill in the state assembly. So she has this track record of kind of supporting the idea of defund the police. So last night at the debate, she was asked about that on the stage. She was asked, would you sign a bill that would take away funding from the police, that would defund the police? And she said, no, I would not. So I said, well, how do you square that away? So in the spin room, that's the room that the candidates go to after the debate to kind of take questions from members of the media members like myself. I asked her how she squared her answer last night with her previous statement saying she wanted to defund the police. Take a listen. You once tweeted about defunding the police, and tonight you were asked whether you would sign that bill to defund the police, and you said no.
If anyone's been defunding the police, it's been Robin Voss and the Republicans who have not been adequately funding shared revenue. And you have seen that local governments have had to make very difficult decisions. And I believe that as governor, that we want to make sure that we're prioritizing public safety. And I believe that those types of bills that could include more investment in the things that we know prevent crime. If you want to be tough on crime, you better be tough on the causes.
Why do you believe that the police must fully
Because the reality of this moment and the types of public safety systems that we have, I want us to be sensible and realistic, but we know now that the billions invested in the criminal legal system is not working. We are spending on incarcerating an individual more than tuition for UW-Madison. That this is about making sure that local law enforcement is working with community, that we are taking resources from the state and investing in things like public education, victim services, out-of-school programs for our kids to go and have a great, be able to be themselves. These are things that data and facts have shown that prevent crime. Again, if you want to be tough on crime, you better be tough on causes.
Do you still long-term want to abolish police, but ultimately?
I believe that we have to be serious about public safety, and I'm going to be a governor that is more serious than anyone else in making sure that we are building systems of care, that we are focusing on lowering crime, getting guns off of our street, and making sure that folks who are incarcerated, which 90% of those folks will be going back to community, that we're lowering recidivism rate. And it's appalling to me that for folks who are working within our prisons, they have some of the highest suicide rates of any job and occupation. So this system is not working. If we want to be serious, we better be putting these billions into the things that we know prevent crime.
So that particular question, Francesca Hong's previous statements about defunding the police, voting against a bill in the assembly that would punish local governments that went ahead and defunded the police, those are going to be major questions that are going to be asked of Francesca Hong if she does win this Democratic nomination. It's a question we asked last night, and you can see the answers that she had last night in what's called the spin room, which is where candidates go to speak after debates.
And Hong campaigns, she says herself, she calls herself a Democratic socialist. Jason, have we ever seen a candidate for governor that has campaigned on something like that before in Wisconsin?
Well, we have a track record of Wisconsin was a very important state during the progressive era, and many changes happened in Wisconsin that actually took place and they started in Wisconsin, and then you see them kind of go out to other places in the country. I'm thinking about, for example, the income tax. You can thank Wisconsin. They were the state that kind of got that started at the local level, at the state level, and then a couple years later it became a national constitutional amendment that allowed for the income tax at the national level.
Yeah, I feel like things have been so crazy the past month, especially with your coverage.
Yeah.
Things have taken a whirlwind, just like bombshell after bombshell, it feels like.
Yeah, and one of the things that's interesting is there really is a fight amongst Democrats about the future direction of the party, and we saw that, I think, famously in the Democratic, the race for New York mayor, and so I think that's playing out exactly right here in Wisconsin, where you see the Democratic Socialists, the member of the Democratic Socialists of America, Francesca Hong, leading the pack, and proposing things that are on the left of the political spectrum. And so you saw that playing out in debates across the entire country, now playing out in Wisconsin. And so you see these other candidates that are in second, third, fourth, and fifth place trying to present maybe a different view for the future of the Democratic Party. But when it comes down to these polls, they're really showing Francesca Hong right now as the front runner of this field.
less than 2 weeks out now, Jason, what are you going to be keeping your eye on? Are we expecting any more big developments to happen ahead of the primary?
And I think that's why I'm so surprised with last night's debate, because that was their one big chance for these candidates, especially those who are getting, 2% Kelda Royce, 2% Joel Brennan, 2% David Crowley, 7%, at least according to the Marquette poll out today. It was their chance to potentially break through the crowded field and show that they had a vision for the state and maybe to give some attacks on the frontrunner, Francesca Hong. I didn't see it last night, them really attacking her. There was, at the very end of the debate during Mandela Barnes' closing statements, he did take some shots at David Crowley, who, as you may remember, left the race 1 week and then a week later got back in the race and was endorsed by Governor Tony Evers. So you saw Mandela Barnes kind of criticizing what he called the establishment, trying to place their thumb on the scale here of this Democratic primary. So that's what you're seeing from Barnes at the very end of the debate, kind of taking some pointed shots at Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, but not a lot of shots the rest of the debate. A lot that they actually agreed on, Maddie. For example, they all agreed that they wanted to increase the tax rate for those making more than $1 million in the state of Wisconsin. They all agreed that they would sign a bill that would require police officers and deputies across Wisconsin to wear body cameras. That was a top issue in light of the fatal police shooting in Madison last week, where police officers in the city of Madison do not wear body cameras. So that was an issue that they all agreed on. There was agreement after agreement on that debate stage, and there were some disagreements, including on the issue of data centers. And what's interesting, Maddie, is I hope people can join us tonight on Fox Local at 9 and 10, because I'm going to go more into detail on that very issue of data centers, because there's going to be another roundtable, another panel discussion with these candidates talking about their policies on data centers.
As someone not super into politics, Jason, and I've said this a bunch of times, you make it so interesting, especially here in Battleground, Wisconsin. So looking forward to your reports on Fox 6 News at 9 and 10 tonight. Jason, thanks for joining us here on the live desk. But yeah, looking at those numbers, once again, that Jason was bringing up, Francesca Hong leading right now at 38%, Mandela Barnes 16%, Crowley 7%, Joel Brennan and Kelda Royce at 2%, and then that 34% undecided. Of course, less than 2 weeks away from the primary. Jason Calvi will have reports tonight digging deeper into kind of a recap of last night's debate, as he was talking a little bit about what surprised him as well, because people weren't, the other candidates compared to Francesca Hong weren't really gaining up on her per se, or trying to poke holes in her campaigns. Will be interesting to see how things develop over the next few weeks, because it has been nothing short of a very interesting month here in Wisconsin politics. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes to wrap things up. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
At the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour here, following some breaking news out of West Allis. This is a live look right now at 70th and Main Street, where appears to be a crash that happened in this area. It looks like no roads seem to be blocked off right now. Police over to the side there, but on both sides of your screen, you can kind of see where the crash scene happened. That car on your left looks like the front door is damaged, as well as a car behind that Milwaukee Police squad car, and then also the car in front of that with its trunk open and some things kind of spilling out there. We don't fully know what's going on right now, and I almost actually take that back. It looks like it is causing a little bit of traffic here as Milwaukee Police looks like they are investigating. We don't have anything confirmed yet. Our photojournalist just got to the scene now. We do have calls into police, and we'll bring you any updates here as we learn more on Fox Local. Want to take you out now to Menasha. That's where we're on day 2 of cleanup after an EF3 tornado tore through the area. I'm just seeing if we can get this in a monitor here. There we go. That's our reporter, Christina Van Zelst there. She's now there for the second day as cleanup is underway, saying that things have gotten a little better. Many people having their power restored, but they're still a long ways away from getting fully restored. And the rebuild process just beginning for so many people out there. The damage just absolutely devastating from what we've been seeing there. So she will have a report for us coming up on Fox 6 News at 4. Back out to that breaking news scene, getting a little bit closer look here. This is in West Allis at 70th and Main. Getting a little bit closer look as to what might have happened here. Does look like there was some sort of accident as Milwaukee Police are working. You can tell by their body language, looks like nobody needs to be rescued. Everyone is out of the vehicles and do appear to be okay. See that car on your right side right there with the trunk open may have been involved in whatever occurred here. Also, a little bit further away when we zoom out here, you can see on your left side further, there is another car that appeared to be involved with the front door. It looks like might be losing that shot as well. So keep it right here on Fox Local for those updates coming up on Fox 6 News at 4. Again, we have extensive coverage down in Menasha. Christina Van Zel spent the whole day there. We know that a boil water order is still in effect there due to a possible depressurization in the water supply after the storm did hit. Again, we do know that EF3 tornado hit a couple of days ago now. It was confirmed by the National Weather Service, originally an EF2, but was then upgraded. And just by the damage you can see there, here's another look right there. There's one of our photojournalists with, looks like somebody else who may be a resident in the area, just kind of surveying some of this damage. This car just, I mean, this home just completely destroyed here. As you can see, we do have Christina out there. She spoke with several neighbors and then also residents and people, businesses, local businesses working on volunteer efforts there. But we are monitoring both of those situations. Here's a wider look right now at that damage there. From what appears to be a car accident. This is at 70th and Main. Our photojournalist Rissa Connor just got to the scene right now. A wider view as we take a look. 2 squad cars on the scene right now. It looks like several vehicles that are parked around here are being part of this investigation. We've got that one to the far left, the one behind the squad car with the airbags deployed, and then also the one on the right side of the squad car with the trunk open. Haven't seen anybody on the scene who might have been in these cars or involved here as police just kind of work to document, take notes. Looks like they may be speaking to somebody behind that squad car right there, but we will bring you updates as soon as we get them. Reminder that you can tap in to the conversation here on Fox Local. This is a look at a new feature that we've got that you can connect with us. You can scan that QR code top right-hand corner of your screen right there, or go to fox6now.com/connect. You can leave us a comment or a question on any of these stories. We've covered an extensive amount of stuff today here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, including storm damage down in Menasha after that EF3 tornado. We talked to Tim Van Voren in Green Bay on the first day of Packers training camp. We'll be checking in with him again tomorrow as well. And then, of course, we just spoke with our political reporter, Jason Calvi, crunching the numbers from that new Marquette Law School poll where we saw Francesca Hong was is now leading over the undecided numbers there, less than 2 weeks away from that Democratic primary. We will have a full breakdown coming up for you later tonight on Fox 6 News at 9 and 10. Jason, so good at making things digestible for people who might not be super in tune with politics, like myself. So he's very good about that, and honestly just making things interesting. And Jason really hunkered down and emphasized that it is up to you. You decide the results of this election. So important to get out there and vote coming in just a couple of weeks now, less than a couple of weeks actually. So again, tap in to the conversation. You can go to fox6now.com/connect, or you can scan that QR code at the top right hand of your screen. I'll leave it up for a little bit longer. I'll be checking out your comments, but for now, I'm out for the day. Thank you so much for joining me here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Fox 6 News at 4 will start in just a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere. Don't change the channel or exit out or swipe out of your phone, because we've got more news coming for you. Again, all the way until 6:30 here on Fox Local. So stay with us. We'll be right back.